Hello. Can I ask everyone to go ahead and take your seats? I'd like to begin. So first of all, thank you all for being here today. I'm delighted to welcome you to this inaugural launch of a new seminar series public health issues with the goal of trying to create deeper impact by working in more coordinated and interdisciplinary ways. Over the last 2 years, in a phased manner, we've launched 4 topics under public health ideas. Those are public health ideas for creating healthy and equitable cities, public health ideas for preventing firearm injuries, public health ideas for combating infectious diseases, and then public health ideas for building health equity. So when launching this new seminar series, The Exchange, it was a natural choice to try to align this event with public health ideas themes. And today's event specifically builds on creating healthy and equitable cities theme, which is led by 2 stellar faculty, Dr. Rashanik Medipana, Associate Professor in Health Behavior and Health Education, and Professor Lu Wang in Biostatistics. So thank you, Rashanik and Lu, for your continued leadership in those areas, and you'll hear from them later in today's program. Thank you as well to Malika Belhaj, the program manager for this ideas topic. I know all of your work behind the scenes is really important to moving this work forward. We have a fantastic set of events lined up today, and we're in store for a really informative keynote address first and foremost, and what's sure to be a great conversation during our expert panel. Then we have some lightning talks from several faculty at Michigan Public Health. Hopefully we'll give you a snapshot of some of the exciting work taking place. And then we'll end with a reception that will also feature as a showcase some of the work taking place by students and others in the community on this topic. I want to thank all of our presenters and other participants for today. And then I want to thank our marketing and communications team for all of the detailed planning to pull this event together. We know there are lots of logistical details, so I really, really appreciate all of your work and planning. And then I want to thank all of you here in the audience. I know we also have many who are watching online, so thank you all for being here. So, and with that, let's go ahead and move directly into the keynote. I'm thrilled to have Dr. Isabelle Anguelovski with us to deliver the keynote. Dr. Anguelovski has joined us from Spain, where she's the ICREA professor at the Institute of Environmental Sciences and Technology in the Autonomous University of Barcelona. ICREA is the Catalan Institution for Research and Advanced Studies. It works hand in hand with the Catalan universities and research centers to try to integrate ICREA research professors in the Catalan research system. And over the years, these positions have become synonymous with global academic excellence. Dr. Anguelovski is also director of the Barcelona Lab for Urban Environmental Justice and Sustainability. She and her collaborators study how environmental injustice is materialized and contested, and currently her work focuses in 4 main areas. First, the politics of the green city as a growing global planning orthodoxy, the social and racial manifestations and impacts of green gentrification for historically marginalized residents, urban planning for health and well-being with a focus on health, equity, and justice, and then justice and inclusivity in climate adaptation planning, including distributional and procedural insecurities produced by adaptation plans, interventions, and then land use configurations and regulations. So Dr. Anguelovski, thank you so much again for joining us, and I'd like to invite you to the podium for your remarks. Thanks. The chair is here if you'd like it.
Okay, thank you. Oh yeah, here it is. Good afternoon, everyone from the Michigan community. It's an honor, it's a pleasure to be here. When Roshanak invited me a few months ago, she was like, I don't know whether you would consider coming. I said, I would love to come here. My history with public health is comes back to a long time ago when I was working as a program manager at the Harvard School of Public Health. They had hired me because Harvard had a wonderful program to support minority students, graduate students, and fund them fully through different careers in biostatistics and in EPI and other specialties in public health, but they didn't have someone to manage the grant. And Louise Ryan, who was an amazing biostatistician, said, okay, we're hiring you. And here I was in a department of biostatistics because the grant was based there, but actually I was doing more like qualitative research, qualitative public health research from a more social science background. And I was there with people talking about parametric, modeling and Bayesian statistics. I was, how do you even pronounce that word? And I was like, okay, I don't understand what you do. Let me see what other departments are doing at Harvard, and I will go to your lectures. And again, I had a master's in international development from a French university. I learned so much about public health by going through these lectures. And I was like, okay, I'm also going to do a PhD because that's really inspiring. But I'm going to go across the river if they take me and do it in planning. So I've always had a big heart and big connection to public health, but my formal training is not in that. So disclaimer today, try to not ask questions about the models I'm talking about because that's what amazing grant fundraising and hiring excellent researchers also allows you to do, this really multidisciplinary research. So thank you for having me. Thank you, Dean Bowman, for trusting that the research that we do in the lab, in the Barcelona Lab, is of relevance to your community. Roshanak for having me, Lou as well. And I'll present a bit of global research that we do in our community, and I look forward to the conversation. So the future of healthy cities, it's a really big question. I don't think I'm going to be answering it today, but just to give you a little bit of context about what I do and how it's anchored in the realities of public health and urban planning. So I co-direct a lab called the Lab for Urban Environmental Justice and Sustainability in Barcelona, where we try to look as Dean Bowman was explaining, at different types of interventions that are meant to transform the built and the built environment and the complex dynamics of inequalities in that environment to further social and environmental justice. And most recently, we've done that from the point of view of climate justice, with this general question that mobilizes a lot of our attention, which is, this paradox or this contradiction, which is our green cities, which are this growing orthodoxy that you see many cities embarking in, are green cities able to tackle long-standing health, and new climate injustices, or are we actually reproducing inequalities because of the dynamics of speculation, exclusion, new types of segregation that are embedded in the green city planning? And for now, I'm a little bit more on the negative side, but I am hopeful for a lot of initiatives that I'm seeing here and there. The question is how to bring them up together in a more scaled up approach. So first of all, greening for climate, health, justice, is that what is at the center of greening? And to give you a little bit of context, what we're looking at here is a different type of environmental and climate injustice that cities are confronted with. You have a category of socially vulnerable groups that you can decide who you put into that category. And here in our lab, we're looking in particular at the piece on the right, which is the fact that resilient infrastructure, all of the work that cities are building to be more resilient, are actually not taking into consideration the three other components, and there is a risk of displacement that comes through climate intervention. So what we're trying to test, we're trying to measure, identify, and counter these new types of climate injustices that come from investment in resilience planning. And we take into consideration, and that's where history is so important in urban planning and in public health, we try to take into consideration the legacy of urban environmental inequalities that cities are confronted with. And oftentimes we look in particular at green infrastructure access. So Greening 1.0 is a history of investment in unequal greening from the 1920s, the 1910s. I'm not going to do your whole history of landscape architecture, don't worry about that. But what we've seen is a division in access to green infrastructure, so parks, playgrounds, gardens, by race and class, in particular in cities around the world, in the United States or in Spain here, in particular, size, quality, maintenance, security matter. We also see that in access to tree planting, and that's very important because in the context now of climate change in particular, neighborhoods that are historically the segregated, the red line neighborhood in America, tend to be those with fewer trees, right? So they are least protected by climate resilient infrastructures, which include trees. And what we're seeing here in Greening 2.0, and that's what we study here, is a little bit the adventures that cities have embarked in relationship to urban greening, which is a whole other scale of investment responding to multifunctional needs that cities see that greening can cover. And so a whole other vocabulary is being built, a whole other lexicon is being built around urban greenings, which, for example, include nature-based solutions. Cities are all now about nature-based solutions. And we who try to, as social scientists, deconstruct language a lot, we're like, okay, what is that about? And what you see is that it's a whole other way to market a strategy that actually cities are competing against one another to see who is the greenest city, who is the one who is going to be doing these low-cost climate solutions in the most effective and scaling up manner. And many of them, and I'm here in a community of public health, though I will bring out a little bit of health data, many city planners, many urban planners are considering, of course, the research that shows that increased exposure to urban greening will help address a variety of negative health outcomes, being increased deaths during summer months, being a poor sleeping pattern, what you want. So there is an increasing evidence from health about the positive impacts of greening and on health. But what we're trying to deconstruct here is the question of for whom and why. Because it's greening for health in larger, medium-sized cities, I'm not talking about all types of cities, are actually seemingly embedded into speculation, into exclusion that I'm going to detail a little bit more. And so there is a global mission that's being visualized, that's being projected, that's being marketed, such as the Green Harbor plan in Boston, which is meant to green 70 square miles of waterfront. And that's also articulated around prizes, around competitions that pitch cities against one another to be among the 10 greenest cities in the world, or if you want to be the greenest city in Europe, that is, for example, the Green Capital Award. So you project yourself into the international scene of investment, of attention, with the idea also that you can attract different types of residents, different types of investment, that you can increase the built environment construction. And at the end of the day, the question is this impact is not neutral, which is why we ask for whom in the midterm and long term. This is a big stormwater management project in Barcelona, and literally next door to it, you see this demolition of older time buildings where working class residents are being excluded from living literally in the vicinity of the stormwater management project. So I'm going to dissect it a little bit more now with the main message for today, which is that what we are seeing increasingly so in mid-sized and large-sized cities is a green paradox. That is that whether or not you believe that greening produces or accelerates gentrification, we believe that it does, increasingly so. At the end of the day, if you live in a gentrifying neighborhood that is at the same time receiving green infrastructure, and you have to leave or you are displaced by real estate speculation, by increasing housing costs, by other types of infrastructure that's being built, where do you go as a working class, as a Black resident, as a Latino resident? You go to the neighborhoods that are most affordable, which end up being more climate insecure and more gray and more industrial areas. And that's why we call this a dividing access to protective nature through new forms of displacement and segregation. I'll spare you that slide here. I'm going to go more into the detail, but what I want to say is that there are different pathways that we study to identify how greening is a way that can also resegregate and produce new inequalities. We have 4 different markers, or we have 4 different stakeholders that we take into consideration that play a role in green gentrification. Some of them are private developers and builders because they built green buildings, because they invest themselves in green infrastructure, because they are able to increase the price of housing sales or rents because of the extra value that greening brings them. The elected official also can have a role in green gentrification because of the language, the branding that greening is articulated around in relationship to climate resilience or modernization. Planners and policymakers because of different zoning, for example, or tax break benefits that are being given. And finally, residents themselves. And what we see, quite a few of us are sociologists and geographers, we see that the way in which residents who are gentrifiers, independent of class, have a way of using green space, of normalizing accepted behavior of green spaces that will police the behavior of certain groups that will be displaced away from that green space. And I'll go a little bit into detail right now. And as a climate action planner in Boston told us in an interview, so we do a lot of mixed method research, when you think about greening, the place to start is to understand where are the people who are desperate and underserved. Where do they live? Where do they work? Where do they go get food? Where do they buy their clothes? And how are we improving our city? What does that align with where we are putting new sidewalks or improving roads or putting any new stormwater infrastructure? It needs to be measured and then managed and reevaluated on a regular basis. And that's this evaluation work that is key when we try to understand green gentrification trends. That is that green infrastructure benefiting residents, or are we actually recreating those new landscapes of segregation? So we're in a School of Public Health. I'm going to talk about measurements, but I won't enter in details of in method. You have access to the papers better than I have almost at this point. But how do we measure green gentrification? What we say in our research is that it is measured through different characteristics that are physical, so demographic change in neighborhoods, accompanied by increase in real estate prices, financial, that is the dynamics of private appropriation, marketing, neoliberal investments that developers and banks are about or are able to capitalize upon because of greening or thanks to greening. Aesthetical displacement, I won't talk about that today, but that's also a way in terms of which types of parks, which types of aesthetics, architecture, design are being promoted and which one also contribute to displacement. We're doing work on that. And then social and racial dimensions. So these are the cities in which we do a lot of our work, around 30 cities in North America and Europe. Why these ones in particular? They are all mid-sized cities. You can see that some are in different moments of their development pathway, let's put it that way. Some are growing cities, some are more shrinking cities, some are legacy cities. Some are also, across different climate zones, across different density or urban form patterns. And the idea there was to compare the role that greening plays in gentrification with a variety of methods and trying to have comparative data and indicators for the quantitative and spatial part, which is the difficult aspect. So physical displacement, this is going to be the only hypothesis that you see in the entire presentation, so hope you're happy about it. How do we measure that? Very simply. What we're trying to do from a quantitative standpoint is to assess the extent to which new green spaces across an entire city over the last 20 years and attributed to a certain time period, so we classify green spaces by decade, are relevant in the presence of other covariates, density, urban form, access to transit, real estate development, in explaining gentrification in a subsequent time period. So we really try to understand and parse out the impact of greening. What we see in our studies is that we have 3 different types of role that greening plays. But in general, in 17 out of the 26 cities in which we did this quantitative analysis, greening plays a relevant role in gentrification. In the categories on the left, you have Detroit very close. At the moment, greening plays a subsidiary role. That is, it accelerates gentrification, but there are other characteristics that can also explain why gentrification takes place where it takes place. You have the integrated category cities, which are cities where greening plays a role that is more or less equal to other markers of change in cities in relationship to gentrification. Boston or Barcelona is there. And then finally, lead green gentrification cities, which tends to be, in the end, the majority of cities. And in the very extensive analysis that we did a lot of Bayesian analysis there, we found that across a variety of development patterns, you actually see cities where greening is the primary driver of these gentrification and associated displacement. And you see in the US, you have places like Milwaukee, very different from a growth and, let's say, attractiveness pattern in comparison with Austin, right? Or Montreal and Vancouver are also quite different, but they're also part of it. So this role, this inequality recreation because of greening is a pattern that is not isolated and is not only present in a particular type, let's say, of cities. Financial displacement, how do we look at that? What we've done a lot are 2 different types of studies. We've looked at cost of living in 99 cities in North America and Europe, accounting for other characteristics of cities. And we've compared this, so we've looked for associations with levels of green branding, that is, looking at millions, literally, of documents across these 99 cities. What do we find? And we find that there is a high statistically significant association between cities that display a high level of green branding and unaffordability. Vancouver is probably your poster child of that. One of the greenest cities in the world, if not the top one, and also, at this point, the most expensive city in the world. So what you see here is a limited access to the benefits of urban greening by class and by who are able to afford that. We've also conducted more than 150 interviews in 50 cities with developers, with banks, with real estate agents, trying to understand what do they do with greening, what role does it play in their investment strategy. And what we find is that developers who are situating their building, who are making decisions next to urban green spaces that they either finance or they benefit from because the city has built them, are able to get lower interest rate or are able to get better lending conditions. So for them, there's a greater return on investment, which anyone can market their properties in a higher cost manner, or also with a greater negotiation power. So that's the ability of the real estate domain to capture the benefits of greening. And I'll spare you other smaller nitty-gritty details here, but what we see is that there's a form of green grabbing, which in our language of urban geographers is a form of which you grab the rent value, you capture the rent value that building on a parcel that is next to greening is able to afford you as a developer. Then social and cultural and racial forms of displacement. How does that manifest? I'm just sharing a few quotes that we have in our research that shows you how residents who are long-term residents or recently arrived migrants in particular have shared in relationship to what does it mean to live in a greened neighborhood that's gentrifying. In Montreal, people saying we have a lot more police in the neighborhood that we used to have and do patrols of the park. So it's harder to have a healthy mix of people in our places. In Dublin, there it's very much a class-based analysis. People sharing in a neighborhood called the Liberties, how they feel about the new parks and green streets in the area. We feel so excluded from it that it's a deep anger, it's a big anxiety and a deep feeling of isolation because, again, of the types of then activities and recreational uses that take place that do not represent the residents that live there. And then finally in DC, there's a project that's underway, I'll talk a little bit about it later on, which is called the 11th Street Bridge Park Project, which is meant to connect together the Anacostia side of the river with the Navy Yard, very heavily and wide gentrified part of DC, to try to also have a reconciliation and a type of repair, let's say, mission associated with it. And yet, what do the residents say? When we are done with the park, most of us won't be here to enjoy it. We will be good enough to serve you Slurpees at the River Festival, but not to live here. So again, who is green space for? Can people afford to live there? Can people feel welcome there? And so if you really focus on environmental racism, because that's also one of the lenses we look at the most in our research, and that's, let's say, one of the growing works in gentrification studies, really trying to understand the racial characteristics of gentrification, you see really compounded environmental racisms, because you see people still exposed to environmental toxics, to a legacy of neglect, of vacant lots, but next door to them, you will see a glossy or ritzy greenway or what they call resilient park, where residents don't feel welcome and they feel too disconnected. This is very exclusive. You also have a sense when you talk to residents about a territorial stigmatization. People still feel that they are looked upon negatively for being the Black or the Latino residents living in a particular green neighborhood. There's a sense of economic racism that also gets overlaid into the experiences of residents, especially because of the lack of housing rights, the segregation, the legacy of segregation that remains strong there. And you also see a sense of land loss, so continued land loss, urban renewal, then gentrification, and now green gentrification also as a space to lose your land. So this compounded form of environmental racism that greening produce is also a way for us to measure the social, cultural, and racial exclusion that we see in urban greening. Now, if I move a bit towards climate gentrification and show you a few more specific examples of cities where we've done this work, how does that look like and what does that mean? And a bit of the hypothesis, so it's more than a hypothesis, it's a bit of a conceptual analysis of what is climate gentrification. It's the way in which both climate impacts, together with the unequal access or the unequal ability to stay in a neighborhood that is being resiliently greened, if you will, or more than that, is also a manifestation of inequalities in climate adaptation and in urban redevelopment. So the intersection of exclusive climate protection, maladaptation, and unequal climate security. What we see in the cities where we've done this work, so I'm talking here about, in particular, so we've zoomed in Boston, Philadelphia, Amsterdam, and Barcelona. Why? Because these were the cities in our sample where we saw great climate impacts together with a lot of city action, very progressive city action towards adaptation and resilience. And what we see in general, so here it's just a few specific resident interviews that I'm focusing on, is that residents see a very short-term benefit to having climate-resilient infrastructure. So there's a sense of reinvestment, but that this investment is very short-lived because, in particular, displacement is not being stopped. So there is not a sense of buying that's very high into urban greening. There is more of a feeling of a threat. Who is this resilient work for? And in particular, what's interesting, if you go back to the question of urban aesthetics, is that while the city is building fancy stormwater management, new green roofs, all of these like greenways, they are also demolishing informal green spaces that residents have farmed, that residents have maintained for years, because those are not being, well maintained, supposedly. They are not manicured enough for the discourse of the green city and for this green orthodoxy. So there's a form of hypocrisy, if you will, in what green spaces get prioritized and which ones get the right to stay for which particular uses. So that's a little bit the qualitative nature of our foundings. But then if you start zooming in into particular spatial and quantitative data, what do we see? Take the case of Philadelphia that has invested a lot since the past 20 years in green stormwater management infrastructure. And what we've done in Philly, every dot that you see is the acreage of resilient infrastructure in a particular census tract. So what we've done is mapped over the last 20 years where is green infrastructure going and what's going on from the point of view of gentrification and displacement during those same time periods. So what you see is that the green resilient infrastructure, again, these light blue dots, have been concentrated in terms of public investment from the city in areas that have higher ecological vulnerability. Great for now, but in areas that have very low social vulnerability. And they are also located in areas that they are also not located in areas that have both high social and high ecological vulnerability, which means that the city is invested in areas that people already have the means if they wanted to adapt on their own, but they are not doing it in areas where residents are climatically exposed and at the same time don't have the means to adapt on their own. Continuing, you also see that the areas that have the highest gentrification scores, which are the areas in green, dark green on the map, the census tracts in green and dark green, are the areas that have the highest climate gentrification, climate resilient investment. So there is this spatial juxtaposition between where has gentrification taken place between 2000 and 2016 and where green resilient investment has taken place. So again, this unequal access to climate security. And then looking at the demographic variation, the demographic change in Philly, you can see on the left in red the areas where Black residents have moved the most between 2000 and 2016, so north of Philly in general, and in right where Hispanic residents, so that's the census tracts in orange, have moved. And what you can see is that during that exact time period where residents have moved away from the center of the city and the areas that you see, where the resilient infrastructures have been, they are not going to areas that are protected because all of the climate investment is in the areas that are gentrifying. So that's the way how spatially we can try to understand this relationship between greening and gentrification. Again, who are the benefactors and how do we measure it? And again, here as well, the tracts with higher gentrification scores are those with higher amount of GRI, sorry. One step further that we would like to try to build our research, and I'm not showing results today just because it's become very complicated methodologically, so I didn't want to overload you with also negative data, because it's really negative at the end of the day, and it's going to bring us down too much. And thinking about green climate gentrification risk, or gentrification risk, that is, here we've traced what has happened in the past. Now we want to try to understand the areas that are most at risk of climate gentrification and for what purposes combined together. And these different, let's say, purposes combined together are those that you see here. We have to understand social risks, meaning where are residents with lower income, renters, formerly red lines areas, people over 65, living alone, etc. Then which ones are the areas of our cities that are most at risk of climate impacts, already impacted? Where is the resilient investment going? So it's really trying to understand where already have areas been earmarked for investment. How are financial costs evolving? What are the recent trends in prices and in how people are burdened? So it could also be property taxes or increases in house insurance. That's also can also explain gentrification. And then finally, what is going on in terms of neighborhood change and development? How can we spatially locate the areas that are greater risk of gentrification because they are in reinvestment zones, in opportunity zones, in areas with tax credit? And then we have to bring it all together as researchers to say, you have hotspots of climate gentrification risk there. This is where both climate investment and equity planning should be prioritized. And that's what we try to do, work with in different cities where we are involved. So Barcelona is one of them, Boston is another one. I'm going to bring it to health, briefly, because of my audience. showing you a bit the work that also with Russian Act we've been able to build together, trying to really bring it back to, in the end, why does it all matter? It does matter for health. And in my climate planning community, health is still not necessarily an outcome that people measure. So it's also a question of segmentation, of people needing to talk together, just also at the level of city planning, right? We need to talk together, having health, environment, housing, and economic development, talking together. And so this slide goes back a bit to what I was mentioning in terms of environmental racism. That is that in the epidemiology literature, you see an epidemiological risk transition, which we see in relationship to gentrification and health as well. That is that residents are not only exposed to a legacy of toxics and vacant land and industrial impacts, they also have climate impacts to deal with. They have disinvestment or unequal reinvestment to deal with. And they also have greening as a way to measure inequalities and impacts on their health. And that's what my colleague Helen Cole has been publishing on over the last few years and measured in the cities where we've done some work, that is this combination, these compounded health impacts on people's lives. And going back a bit to gentrification, you've probably heard that in other talks here at the school, but you see a variety of impacts between gentrification and health that can range from chronic anxiety, risks of suicide, especially among youth, increasing. You have the issue also of mental health, more generally speaking, depression rates increasing, sleep deprivation. And sleep deprivation can be about many things. It can be because all of a sudden your neighborhood becomes full of trucks, full of real estate construction. You have gentrifiers that have a very different lifestyle. And in East Boston, where I do a lot of my work, people are saying, yes, at night now you have drug dealers taking place because young people are moving in, they take cocaine. And so the dealers are coming in, there are fights between dealers. So you think gentrification is addressing the relationship between unequal environments and crime risk. It actually does not, because these gentrifiers have very different lifestyles and consumption patterns, which include drugs, and so they're bringing in the dealers in the neighborhood. So gentrification does not improve crime. So that's just a side story from actually the police officer that is just living next to green gentrification areas in Boston. He's been saying, you know, we now as police officers are trying to fight different crimes at the same time. And we thought the neighborhood was in the right direction. And there were these gentrifiers also bringing in new risks and safety issues in the neighborhood. Anyway, calming down because I get really mad when I talk about that. So mental health and physical health inequities in the middle also of green gentrification, which we see. So we've tried to then disentangle in which types of cities do we see this relationship more prevalent. And when you see the cities on the right, where you see this relationship, the negative relationship between gentrification and health, it especially has to do with threats to housing and financial security, social cultural displacement, loss of services and amenities in these types of neighborhoods. Schools tend to close because more younger residents without families come in, the demographics change, schools are losing budget, so loss of services, loss of investment in youth recreational centers, because again, the population, people have to move away. And then finally also the socially unwanted behavior, I'm saying in a very mild way, and increased crime that gentrification and this relationship between greening and gentrification produces. This paper, if you want to have a look at it, I think is quite complete to look qualitatively, but with a pretty large sample, at this variation and this combination of impacts on people's health. So at the end of the day, what do you see? You see disruptive green landscapes in comparison with therapeutic landscape. And I'm going back here to the literature on gentrification, on greening and health, which tends to be very positive. If you look at the environmental epi literature, it's very positive. Greening has all of these positive impacts on health. I mentioned that at the beginning. And yet here what we find is that these therapeutic benefits are actually very disruptive in the lives of residents. And that brings us to a false choice, right? To either be what I call a gentry anxiety resident, someone who lives as a chronic way, as a permanent way with gentrification anxiety, or a gentrification exile. I'm out of here because I can't live here anymore. And that's the false choice that we're also trying to fight through. So in the next 7-8 minutes, I want to bring you a bit to more positive outlook and what we try to do in our research, which is trying to identify from a policy planning and community standpoint, a lot of interesting initiatives that can bring us to greater climate health justice. This report is one that we published a year and a half ago called Policy and Planning Tools for Urban Green Justice, where we look at 50 cities in North America and Europe and the variety of both anti-displacement and equitable greening that needs to take place together. And I'm insisting on these two poles because that's really what we see needs to happen. You need to have both anti-displacement measures, which have to do with traditional measures, as well as a way to do greening that will privilege also deep inclusivity and engagement. So anti-displacement tools can be very diverse. What we see in some cities are community land trust. We see tax incremental financing to try to capture the land value increases of different green projects and reinvest them into services, into affordable housing. We see inclusionary zoning measures being passed, but not at 10% or 15% of all housing that needs to be affordable, but maybe at 50%. That's what some of the cities are engaged in. And then we also see these improved and open green amenities that can be financed through green bonds or through things that will, through mechanisms, fiscal mechanisms in particular, then can guarantee green budgets for cities, because other places, maybe not in America, but in London, you see a lot of cuts in the budget of urban greening departments. Just a few examples. So in Nantes, what the city has done is to go for an equality approach, meaning that rather than only targeting areas that are socially vulnerable and need greening, we're going to need to green the entire city to avoid creating these pockets of attraction just for a few. So they've increased green space by 200%. Every resident lives within 300 meters of a green area. And then the city council has managed to pass inclusionary zoning at 56%. I know it's very unrealistic for now in America, but there are some places where understanding the politics of how that takes place also quite, can give us some lessons about how to make it happen. That's how Nantes looks like now, that the type of affordable housing that's being built. And for many of these projects that are eco-districts, residents also have access to a community garden or to a private allotment. So you combine food justice and environmental justice together. What we also see from the point of view of organizing, and I don't want to minimize the role of civic organizing, is that you have, in types of successful situations, multi-expertise and multi-sectoral coalitions coming together, youth groups, with environmental groups, with community development corporations, with environmental justice, pro-transit, pro-cleaning vacant space activists. And they build this expertise that then bring residents to city council meetings, to zoning meetings, fundraise around different types of projects that will also produce greater green justice. And some of them have a particularly important decolonial and emancipatory greening lens to them. And I'm talking here about racialized communities with very deep legacy of segregation and environmental racism, where greening can serve as a tool to bring different types of land arrangements together that will empower also the wealth of Black, of Latino, and other communities. That's the case of Portland, Oregon, that has a neighborhood that's called Cully, has an eco-district where residents have fundraised with community development corporations to change empty buildings, vacant lots, and make them affordable housing units together with green roofs on top of them and with resilient infrastructure around them that's being designed, maintained, and used by different Latino groups who live in the neighborhood. That's one of the projects that they have, the Thomas Cully Park that they managed to get done in 2018. Then you have this project in DC, which is called the 11th Street Bridge Park project that I was mentioning, where equity is meant to be designed in a way that's intentional for every decision around the park, together with reparative. And what's key here is that those renderings that you see, the park is not there yet. So what they are doing is that before they even create the park, they work around affordable housing, community land trust, workforce development, youth training, political organizing, to avoid that once that park gets built and all of the waterfront, as people love to say, it's activated. Before that activation comes from, there are protections, especially land protections, in place. In Boston, there's a new community land trust that's being enacted in Chelsea, which is a very heavily Latinx community, where the fundraising has been focused on buildings with green roofs on them. So there it's a combination of different types of financial arrangements where you have affordability combined with resilience, and we as universities have been able to support with seed grants. So that's also changing the role of universities, right? Not only as let's say, community action research, but also directly as funders of community organizing, especially around H heat housing and health. That's some of the workshops that we've worked with to try to help define priorities in the community. Boston also has what's called the Talbot-Norfolk Triangle Eco-Innovation District around, again, bringing together TOD, transit-oriented development, greening, and affordability around it. I'm just going to finish for a few seconds talking about Barcelona, where I think a lot of interesting work has been taking place, but there is a lot of question, which is there transformative climate planning that goes beyond the change in infrastructure? Because our model of city planning, I will say, is quite transformative. Does that account for equity? So where are we at? And I'll go quite quickly on that. As you might have heard, Barcelona in 2016 created a superblock model, which is transit pacifying entire blocks of cities 3 by 3, and making them fully pedestrian and having different types of green spaces at the intersection of streets. So the current model or the previous model was the one on the left, and the superblocks model are the one on the right. And what's powerful about it is that it definitely says the car is not the enemy, even though that's what the car lobby says. It is the health of residents need to be prioritized. It's one of the most heavily air polluted cities in Europe. So the city has really transformed its rhetoric because it knows that the car lobby is way too powerful to deal with, to deal with. So they need to go in a different way. And the idea has been focusing on well-being, green city, and also a feminist city. So they've gone around ethics of care in transformative planning, trying to think about a city that's not just productive, but that can respond to different types of residents' needs, and especially needs through the day, focusing on women, kids, and the elderly in particular. We had a fantastic mayor that got ousted, Ada Colau, in May. That's a tragedy for all of us. But anyway, we'll resist in the future. The next mayor is not that bad. But all of this to say that it's thinking about the city from the point of view of care rather than from the point of view of cars. And what's interesting here to think about is also the question of mobility equity. That is, we talk a lot about transit equity, transit justice, bikes, public transit. But here we also try to think in Barcelona about a different scale. That is, how can residents who need to have 15-minute city neighborhoods that are mixed use and compact, who are the residents that will be targeted here? Here we talk in particular about the elderly and about kids. But then what about the need of mobility for working class residents and essential workers who necessarily in the city of Barcelona and other places will end up having to commute long distances? How can their mobility also be accounted for? And this model of the superblocks has not been enough so far to account for their mobility needs. And so what the city has done lately, and that's a map from a year ago, is that it has wanted to do this green axis, saying if we are able to green entire districts and connect greening together and have bus lines that are aligned with greater distance routes of residents, we'll be able to address proximity needs as well as long distance needs of residents. And there was also the question of trying to avoid what they call ghettos of green privilege. That was the word in Spanish that I'm directly translating, because the pushback in the city was, you are green gentrifying the city by having these super blocks by 3 by 3 blocks in the city, and you are going to create these islands of green privilege. And so now the idea is to try to have a much more linear redistribution of green benefits as well as dealing with mobility justice. We'll see where that goes, but I just wanted to finish by this. So just to conclude, green spaces are vital for urban health. That's a disclaimer I want to keep because I end up always first question, so you don't like green spaces. And I said, that's not what I want to say, but we need to go beyond the trickle-down effect that a lot of the literature, a lot of the planners and policymakers seem to see associated with urban greening and go beyond the green city orthodoxy. And in particular, and I will finish with that, in racialist contexts, greening must not overlook a deep legacy of toxics, of segregation and exclusionary racial land use practices and their ongoing manifestations that remain today. It will need to think about reparations, land controls, and different types of arrangements that can create a more emancipatory greening. So stop there. Thank you.
So at this time, we do have a few minutes for questions. So we'll ask you to be seated here and we can take some questions.
Hi, I want to thank you for this very important message. And in the U.S., there's been a lot of funding to create urban heat island maps. And in cities such as Detroit, they end up being an inverse of heat vulnerability because they show wealthy downtown areas as having a price of the heat island effect. And this is a frustration that many groups that I work with have expressed. Detroit has a lot of green space out in neighborhoods, but it's not maintained. It doesn't necessarily have trees. And indeed, Detroit is not on your continuum of greening very high up in terms of. But I know you didn't want us to ask questions about your methods, but
no,
can you tell us a little bit more about how you're thinking of green and, you know, in addition to being like well-maintained parkland, include other features of a park that are literally green?
Yeah. That's a very important question in relationship to how do you really parse out what is greening, what is not. We had 5 categories of green spaces. We had parks, gardens, community gardens, urban forests, and recreational spaces, such as sports yards and other kind of public green amenities for recreation and sports. So what we did was to geolocate and, geolocate and aggregate all of these green spaces in different maps through time, starting in 1990 and looking at where they were growing over time. So imagine we had, like, in the end, hundreds of thousands of green spaces geolocated, dated per city. And what we did was so that was our independent variable. We also had them categorized, but I didn't present a paper that looks at different category of green space and gentrification. Anyway, we had them also disaggregated by types of green spaces. And then our outcome variable was gentrification as an index, where we looked at social indicators of gentrification. For example, how did changes in working class residents or in the occupations of residents change over time? And then that index also included rental prices. And so once we had those two independent and outcome variables, we also added mediating variables, which were distance to the city center, crime rates, as well as real estate development and population growth over the same, basically at different points in time. And through this Bayesian statistics model that we put together, that's not the right verb, I'm sorry, I'm tired. Through different types of Bayesian models, we were able to say whether greening had a citywide impact on gentrification. So we didn't do a green space, and around the green space do we see gentrification? No, we tried to do it at the whole citywide level, which is actually a much more difficult relationship to parse out, because first of all, it's not just one indicator of gentrification that has to change. It's not just increasing property prices. It's looking at these other variables that form part of the index, and then it's looking at the whole citywide relationship. Is that precise enough? Probably not enough, but.
Are there other questions? Yes. Have a microphone coming. Be a little bit easier to
So
hear.
with this being a cumulative index, is there like equal weight given to all of the things you mentioned, or is there more weight given, for example, for the social indicators versus the rent or other stuff that can be like helped through policy changes?
Yes.
Yeah.
So there is an index in ecology that tries to bring the diversity of different characteristics of an ecosystem, for example, into consideration to determine whether that ecosystem is diverse. And so we used the base of that index, which is called the Shannon Index in ecology, and adapted it to social urban systems. And so what was all together was the social indicators, so all of the demographic variables, if you will, and then outside that index or outside that Shannon Index was rent, because the measure was different. It was not residence, it was prices. And then we brought it all together to have the gentrification score that was this consideration of both what was in the Shannon Index, if you want to call it that way, of social change, and outside that the property, the rental price change.
Okay.
Other questions? Paul.
Yeah, thank you for your talk. You briefly mentioned the potential role universities can play, in particular funding some of the work within communities. I wonder if you could just say a little more about what you think is possible and what you recommend for universities' role.
Okay. What's possible? So interestingly enough, there were two grants here that form part of the research that I described. One, which was a large, I would say probably the equivalent of an NSF grant here, which funded the quantitative and the qualitative analysis together with a documentary that for us we use as an online interactive documentary to amplify and document the ongoing struggles, the civic activism struggles of these areas. So we had 6 cities in our documentary together, for which we had 3 representatives of the neighborhood where green gentrification was the most manifest. So this documentary, I didn't show it today, but is interactive in the sense that you can navigate as a reader across these different videos, try to understand what type of green justice or green injustice is manifested there, and compare what's going on between cities. So we have Barcelona, Nantes, Boston, Portland, Washington, and Montreal. So cities where also the types of affordable housing structure, for example, is different. And so that was one of the tools we managed to fit in as a more, let's say, progressive way of doing research, in addition to doing very kind of research that then we fed back into to the policy world with different types of workshops and convening. We had fed into, it doesn't sound very good, but where we really worked well together with a few cities. So we had cities with which we built partnerships. Boston was one, Philadelphia was one, DC was one, and then Barcelona was one. And then there was the work with community groups we did a lot of work with the media. The documentary, also all of the videos are individually available for them to use as part of their campaigns. So that was the support to activism through traditional research, which was not very big. But then there was another grant that was a complementary grant to this large grant that I was able to apply to, which is an action grant. And that grant allows you to give seed funding to groups with which you had done research before. So thankfully, the more traditional research grant gives you the credential, if you will, to be able to say, okay, now I can do something a bit more funky and creative. It's not necessarily research. It's not going to be extractive research by any stretch of the imagination. It's really trying to empower groups on the ground. So we went back to the neighborhoods where we had done the research, including, for example, East Boston, and we said, okay, now, where is your activism around green and climate justice? What do you need funding for? And they said, well, we need funding for this community land trust because we want to build a green roof on several of the buildings that we are going to build around the green, around the community land trust, but we don't know how to do that. And we want to partner with an environmental justice group in another little city called Everett, and these people know how to do it. And then these people across the river, they don't have a community land trust, but they want to have one. So there is this exchange of skills and expertise that this type of grant allows them to do with these different seed grants. So that's just an example.
So I'd like to ask a question. So first of all, thank you for just an extremely powerful and compelling talk that you provided. And it's one that, as I think about many of the factors that you touch on, the benefits of greening, the trends that you see, some of the pitfalls in those trends are made very, very clear. Often what we see is that activity is driven by economic or financial considerations, political considerations with sometimes tilted toward constituencies with influence. And so if I'm wondering how you would frame sort of the case for change, not just being the right thing to do, the beneficial thing to do to protect health and other considerations, but maybe in terms of economic drivers or political drivers or other sort of kind of other ways to strengthen the already compelling case.
And that's the two pivotal points that community groups will say are the most difficult. Putting a green roof together, the financing of it, it's a core physical infrastructure that can be financed thanks to foundations, thanks to private investments. But how do you get new programs of workforce development, small businesses for possibly displaced residents, really off the ground? How do you finance that? And that's always what EJ, environmental justice groups, tend to say. The environment seems the most difficult, but actually it's not. It's really the economics of it, because you have to balance. For example, if you have a community land trust, not everyone is in favor of a community land trust, because in areas where intergenerational wealth gaps and intercity wealth gaps are so huge. People need the wealth to be built to send their kids to college. That's the case of Anacostia, which has an area median income that is 60% less than the rest of the city. So we say, great, I'm going to have a community land trust, but then my house is not going to, if my house isn't within the trust, it's not going to appreciate as much as the cost of my neighboring of my neighbor who is not within the trust, and by the way, who happens to be white. So his house or their house is going to be higher up anyway, because the house of white residents tend to be higher appreciated than the one of black. So all of this to say that how can you avoid community land trust from actually deepening these interracial wealth gaps when there is a need in, especially I say that from someone who holds a US passport but doesn't live here, where the needs of people for healthcare, basic needs for healthcare and education are so drastic, especially if you want this social mobility, you can't finance them necessarily with a community land trust. So how to balance this is really hard. I don't have a very good answer for that.
Terrific. We have time for one more question if there is one. All right, with that, let's give a round of applause for Isabelle.
Thank you.
Thank you so much again for an incredible talk. We'll, at this point, transition to the next component of the program. I'll invite Rashanik or Lou to the podium or to the stage.
All right, so thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. I would like to start by thanking Isabelle for this wonderful talk and also for her visit. It's so exciting to have this opportunity to exchange our ideas about research and also the work. I also want to thank Dean Bowman for the exchange program together with Public Health Ideas program and the Dean's office and all the support team to provide this opportunity for us to lead these public health ideas for creating healthy and equitable cities, to connect our excellent researchers within the School of Public Health to get or promote all the research together within the field of urban health. And this is our team. I was very honored to have this opportunity to team up with my dear colleague and friend Rashanak there. And this is a perfect moment for me and also for Rashanak to complement our research expertise together into this region about healthy cities. And, like many of the other countries have, developed many ideas about how to lead to more healthy, equitable, and even smart cities with the techniques more advanced. So this is right time to start with that within our School of Public Health. So last year, we actually have our kickoff event. And before the event or during the event, we, both Rashanak and I, we talked to many researchers in our, not only my department, but also within other department in the school. And we noticed that there are many dots. Actually, most of us are working within the health-related research, kind of putting in the urban area. And now is good time or moment to connect all of them together. And I would also like to give a big shout out to Malika, who is our current program manager sitting right there, and also Jamison, who is our former program manager. And both of them have done tremendous work about those heavy lifting. Without them, all of this cannot be possible. And our goals for this initiative is to closely collaborate within the other departments and other institutions to identify and collect the important urban health data and promote the data sharing in urban health research. In the meanwhile, we would also like to develop or get new ideas for analytical quantitative methods for urban health research. During the last whole year, we have supported a few pilot projects in the urban health research. And this initiative support those researchers that are promoting or improving the knowledge for urban health challenges, evaluating the urban health programs or policies designed to improve the health, and also to provide innovative solutions to all the urban challenges. And we also try to expand the interdisciplinary research within this whole field. We also have other activities, for example, networking event. We have networking on the climate change, sustainable cities, environmental justice, also promoting the healthy aging in cities. Besides the research component, we also have created and also developed the Healthy and Equitable City course guide to guide or help our students who are interested in learning about urban health through a public health lens. And we provide the Healthy Cities certificates for them as well. One of the most important things we have done during the last whole year is to develop the Michigan Healthy City tool, and this is based on the urban heart census for survey by the WHO. And we try to discover the health equity gaps using the benchmarks at the city and both the city and state levels. And that could help the local communities to use the evidence to take action on their priorities with the support of local and national authorities. And by using all of this Michigan Healthy City tool, we would love to identify and prioritize the interventions to address urban health inequities. And this whole tool was leveraging the census data to expand the urban health research, going beyond the Detroit area and to provide a statewide perspective for urban areas. And that whole tool include the information from 7 domains: health outcomes, health behaviors, health care, housing and infrastructure, neighborhood and environmental exposures, the income and employment, and human development. So I just want to give you a big picture of what are provided within these tools so you can go ahead to use all of those tools and the data. So in this case, we actually have also the special modeling for all the cities, or actually 24 cities. We have 40 in-house indicators. For each one of them, you can have this geo mapping, and to click, you will be able to click on each city or each census tract to zoom in and out and see what is happening within that area. And with that, I'm going to hand the floor to Rashanak to introduce some more details.
So just to give you an idea, this also came through conversations with various city officials, including Dearborn and Ypsilanti, who mentioned that they were interested in just better understanding what were the gaps across their city. And so what the tool is really, as Lou mentioned, is really meant to help identify areas or tracts within a city that are faring worse compared to benchmarks across, compared to all the other cities in the state. And so here you can see this is for Kalamazoo, where we've identified areas with higher prevalence of self-rated mental health, current smoking, unemployment, and such. And so we're excited to announce that as of today, you can access the tool. It comes with a manual that kind of better explains all of the different pieces that go with it. And our team is here to also work with communities and cities to develop methods, tools, dissemination around the data that they can produce and use for this work. And yeah, as I mentioned and Lou mentioned, our aim is to go beyond researchers, but also assist policymakers and community organizations for program planning and research. And as every new census data comes out, our goals are to continue updating the tool with new data. And just to show you where we've already engaged the data, we currently have 3 projects working on this, actually 4. The first one looks at social determinants of coronary heart disease and depression across the 24 most populous cities in the state. The Michigan, we're also using it in collaboration with MISHDA, which is the Housing Authority, to kind of look at the housing aspects and self-rated mental health. And we're working with folks over at the IFIP to look at the social determinants of gun violence. And that's it, right? Okay, so thank you. So I am very excited to continue our conversation around building healthy and equitable cities with our panel this afternoon, who I would like to invite to join us on the stage. And as they're joining us, please come up. Throughout this session, I will be asking questions from various sources, including those that were submitted via registration. And also invite audience members who have questions to just raise their hands, and we will get to you as we're having this conversation. So I'd like to start by briefly introducing each of our panel members. Here we have Alexa Bush, is a program officer with the Kresge Foundation's Detroit program. Alexa supports investments in transformative public spaces in the city of Detroit that promote greater understanding and inclusion, as well as strategies that advance the interconnections between sustainable urban development and economic equity. Before joining the foundation in 2021, Alexa served as the Urban Design Director, East Region at the City of Detroit Planning and Development Department, where she was involved with planning and developing inclusive economic recovery efforts in partnership with residents. She implemented work through the Strategic Neighborhood Fund and led Detroit's Reimagining the Civic Commons initiative in the Fitzgerald neighborhood in Northwest Detroit. Next to her, we have Dr. Marc Zimmerman, who is the Marshall H. Becker Collegiate Professor in the Department of Health Behavior and Health Education here at the School of Public Health. He's also the director of the CDC-funded Michigan Youth Violence Prevention Center and the Prevention Research Center, and co-director of the Institute for Firearm Injury Prevention. Dr. Zimmerman's research focuses on adolescent health and resilience and empowerment theory. He has also conducted an extensive amount of community-based studies examining neighborhood and built environment approaches to violence prevention and other health outcomes. Although most of his work includes community prevention programs development and evaluation with community partners, he also conducts survey research, longitudinal studies, and more in-depth qualitative approaches. Next to him, we have Mayor Abdullah Hammoud, who has been an unwavering advocate for his hometown of Dearborn for more than a decade. As mayor, he is committed to reinventing government to deliver results for working families and residents in every corner of the city. Throughout his career, Mayor Hammoud has provided bold leadership for Michigan and Dearborn with a thoughtful, pragmatic approach to government that puts people first by investing in infrastructure, improving public health and safety, and delivering quality services while lowering the tax burden on residents. Prior to becoming the mayor, he represented Dearborn in the Michigan House of Representatives, where he pushed for resources and shaped policy to improve quality of life and create more resilient cities. And I'm a personal fan because during COVID, he did push a lot of work around housing security. And he is also a graduate of the School of Public Health, Go Blue, earning a Master's of Public Health and Epidemiology and a minor in genetics. And then finally, for those of you who are joining us now, we have Isabelle Anguelovski, who is the director of the Barcelona Laboratory for Urban Environmental Justice and Sustainability, and an ICREA research professor and a PI, and head of the Gender Diversity and Wellbeing Committee at ICTA. As part of the collaborative and individual international research projects, she studies how environmental injustice is materialized and contested. She focuses on the politics of green cities as a growing global planning orthodoxy, the social and racial manifestation and impacts of green gentrification for historically marginalized residents, and urban planning for health and well-being with a focus on health equity and justice and inclusivity in climate adaptation planning. So I want to thank all of you for being here today. I know earlier this week I kind of sent them an email, or late last week, just saying that if there was a dream panel to moderate, in my opinion, this would be it. So I want to start with a quote, and I think based on your bios and Isabelle's presentation, it's a quote from Jane Jacobs, who was a journalist and activist who influenced the field of urbanism tremendously without actually having formal training or academic degree in it. In 1961, she said, "Cities have the capability of providing something for everybody, only because and only when they are created for everybody." With that, I would like to ask each of you the following question. In your opinion, and based on the work that you are doing or have done, what are the most critical elements in designing urban spaces that promote, or cities that promote, both health and equity?
I get to go first. Is this working? Can you guys hear me okay? Good afternoon, everyone. I'm really excited to be here. I love this concept of exchange and us coming from different places. Maybe I will be the relentless optimist to come afterward. Coming at this very much as a practitioner, I'm trained as a landscape architect and really think about the built environment and its design and its impact on people. I think for me, it's really this question of access that, Isabelle, you brought up at the end around kind of this question of mobility in the city. I think whether it is walking, strolling, pushing a carriage, wheeling, using a cane, like the way we move around, I think is so fundamental. And over the course of the 20th century has in a lot of ways become too inaccessible, whether that is through like the cost of car ownership as a way to move through the city and as the car's been prioritized. Or if not, the cost of time that it takes you to move from where you are without the resource of a car, whether that's to work, to healthcare, to school, to whatever your needs are. That to me, it's really fundamental to refigure that question of access. And it's really rooted very fundamentally in a question of mobility and how we get around and have access to the city. I think a lot of the work I've done is maybe in the vein of the idea of the 15-minute city, which is coming around in a certain sense, of trying to think about how the needs of residents might be met within 15 minutes of where they live. Again, this begs some bigger questions about folks who need to, don't live proximate to work, and what do those pieces look like of the puzzle. But I think in a really fundamental way, rebalancing so many of our cities in North America away from the automobile, the scale of the car, and the cost of car ownership, coupled with, I think we've seen during COVID, just the massive spike of traffic fatalities, pedestrians. Like it's one of the major causes of death for children in our country, to really reprioritize what it means to move in a city and how that can be much more inclusive and equitable as a base point.
Well, my head is just spinning. I mean, one of the really cool things I think about working in a school of public health, I have to say, is just the different perspectives that come and the different paradigms that come together. I don't really think like a city planner, and just listening to your talk and the kind of work that we do. And here's an example. What I do, the work that we do, the research that we do we call it greening, and we call it creating a busy street. And it's nowhere where you're at in terms of the development of a city. I work most of this work that we did started in the city of Flint. The city of Flint, like many legacy cities in the United States, Detroit is obviously also one of them, lost a lot of, it was deindustrialized. Youngstown, Ohio, also. People, the factories closed. The city of Flint had 200,000 people on it in the early 60s and had one of the highest per capita incomes in the United States. And today, a few years ago, it was the #1 murder city of the United States. 60 people were murdered in the city of Flint several years ago. And if you extrapolate that to like Ann Arbor, or you extrapolate that to Chicago, where we hear about all that, it would actually extrapolate to thousands of people. There wasn't very many people far from you that were touched by that homicide. And so what happens is people leave. People leave the city, and as they leave buildings behind, and those buildings become run down. Cities are lucky and get some money to be able to tear down those buildings because they create all sorts of problems. And then you're left with green space that is not maintained. So things grow on it, and things grow tall. City of Philadelphia, it's been documented that it's where people who commit crimes with weapons actually hide their guns in these empty lots underneath maybe something that's been dumped on that empty lot because it's an easy place to get it and get rid of it so that you don't have a weapon if you are caught, because there's a lot more severe punishments with that. So the angle that I come from with greening is, how do we clean up those streets so people feel better about where they live? And that's what our research is actually signing. And I think you might be asking me about that later, but what comes to mind to me is sort of, sort of further back than where this kind of more mature kind of greening idea. But just thinking about when I use that word greening, now I know when I submit something to a journal like Cities, and they come back to me and they make these questions, I'm like, where is this coming from? I don't get it. Well, honestly, today I kind of get it much more than I did before. So thank you for that, and thank you for including me in this group.
Good afternoon, everybody. Abdullah Hammoud, mayor for my hometown. Dearborn is broken up into three areas: the South End, the East End, the West End. The East and West Enders will fight over what the dividing line is, and there's actually like a no man's land. West Enders think it's too East to be West. East Enders think it's too West to be East. The South End is the least affluent. Then the East is the more working class, and the West is the most affluent. And Dearborn has its own migration pattern. As you gain affluency, you tend to migrate yourself and your family from the South to the East to the West. Now, the South End borders Southwest Detroit. City of Dearborn has the longest border with the city of Detroit than any other city, even cities wholly within the city of Detroit. The South End is the asthma epicenter of the state of Michigan. Asthma rates are 2 to 4 times greater in the South End zip code than on average anywhere else in the state of Michigan. I think one of the biggest barriers to equity and health across our city is representation and advocacy. Now, the South End, and I told you, it's the least affluent, highest asthma rates, most industrialized, also has the lowest voter turnout in the whole city. The precincts in the South End, in total, in a high voter turnout election, account for 600 votes. And so you can get away with getting into office without ever having to campaign or talk to anybody in the whole South End. And that tends to be a very large problem. Now, what we've done is try to flip the script where it doesn't matter whether you vote or don't vote. You know, the largest voting bloc in the United States is actually those who don't vote. It's not that the Democrats nor the Republicans, it's those who sit at home. But so oftentimes what you find is there's just the apathy of what is the point of my vote when I realize my surroundings and my environment. And so we're trying to flip that script. The second tool that I think that, you know, again, I have my municipality hat on, is zoning. Zoning is a very powerful tool that determines what is happening throughout your city. So some of the first things that we've done when I've only been mayor for a little less than 2 years, we actually begun to acquire the industrialized parcels in the South End that are adjacent to the residential neighborhoods. And we're constructing what we call a green belt. We've begun to acquire about a half-mile long worth of parcels that used to be industrialized factories and such. We're going to knock them all down and build a green buffer that will serve as an air, noise, pollution buffer to the residential neighborhoods across the street from a steel factory, Cleveland Cliffs. And so our actual elementary school in the South End is 750 feet away from a steel factory. And so if you want like the best image of what it means to live in industrialized America, it's the children playground with the backdrop being the smokestacks of one of the largest steel factories in the state of Michigan. And so we're building this green buffer, and we're actually zoning these parcels conservation zoning, so they can never, ever again, regardless of administration that comes in, be sold for the purposes of becoming industrialized parcels ever again. Not even residential nor business parcels. They will strictly be for green space to serve as this active buffer. We're making these types of investments in the areas that are disproportionately impacted. And I think, you know, to my earlier point, you just have to make sure that you're doing the work and communicating in the areas that do vote about investments that are happening in their neighborhood. And that buys you the political will in order for you to then make the investments in neighborhoods that have never seen such investments. That will go a long way.
So I'll try to think about these reflections, also considering both the European and the American landscape. Some of the cities where we've seen that the work of urban green justice has been the most powerful is using some zoning changes that in Nantes, in the city that I was showing you, have been very powerful, because there, you would say, it's France, everyone is integrated, supposedly. That's not true. Everyone is equal. That's absolutely not true. But what is true is that when you have mayors who are on the more progressive side of the spectrum, they basically take no shit from anyone in the development world, and they say, if you want to build there, come and build there, but this is going to be under our own very strict designation, not only of zoning, but what exactly needs to be put in a neighborhood. That is, in one of the slides that I had, you would see a big island that was a very powerful industrial shipyard industry based island until the 1990s. The city, when the shipyard industry closed, had 20,000 parcels of land that became their own, and said, all right, now we're going to do strategic planning here. There was very little community engagement. We're going to do comprehensive planning there, and on this parcel there will be a school. On this parcel there will be a daycare, public daycare. Here there will be affordable housing, only for renters. Here there will be a diversity of, green spaces, etc. So that was a form of designation parcel by parcel, which was a form of rezoning, but at a much more local scale, very mixed use, and where developers could come in, but they could come in under the conditions of the city. Granted, France does not have the type of municipal campaign financing where you depend so much first on municipal tax, but also on investment from developers. It's a much more, let's say, trickle down expenses and budget from the central state. But what was clear there is that there was a very direct decision about what types of land use would be there. So at the end of the day, you have gentrification there, but you don't have displacement, because 56% of what's built now, for every 100 units, you have 56% units that are at different levels of affordable housing. And that's really key. And that's where we see a lot of issues in American cities, is that many cities have a area median income that's way too high to be basing your affordable housing decisions and allocations to. And so you need different levels of affordable housing investment, as you also need a reinvestment in public and affordable housing from the state. And that's where I will say that that is something also that from a political organizing needs to also take place, which is changing the narrative about what is public housing. It is not just housing for the most marginalized, the very poor, which was what the history of America has been about since the New Deal. It has to be a right for people at different income ranges and from different histories, family histories and family needs. So I would say that was something that worked very well. In the case of Barcelona, these green areas that I was showing you, these green axes, how did that get passed? Because of alliances within the municipal council between the socialist left, which is, believe it or not, coming from America, not the most left party. There's another one on the left, which was from the mayor saying, we have 6 months to try to reduce our violation of air quality measures from the WHO, and we're going to get it done. So in some ways, and I'm saying something against what I also very deeply believe in, which is community engagement. We're going to do community engagement, because if we do it, we're never going to get it done. And we have to put health at the center. So being able to flip the narrative, again, going back to what I was saying, to care and health, you build a different type of coalition, because no one can be against health and care, right? Or at least that's something that doesn't seem to trigger in Barcelona a very partisan narrative. And so they got it done in a way that was very, very well financed, using European Union post-COVID funding. So in a way, it's a bit what some of the Recovery Act from the Biden administration funding could be designated to, and the streets really changed. Like in 6 months, you saw the change. So the residents did not have to wait 20 years to see a new type of completely redesigned street and access to both better air and better green spaces.
Thank you. And so along the lines of community engagement, I'm going to come back to you, Alexa, because you have that role as landscape architect, and also as the many different projects that Kresge has done in the city. And so I'm just wondering, how can cities foster more community engagement and inclusivity in the urban planning and decision-making processes to ensure that the needs of all residents are kind of considered?
Yes, this is a great question. And I'm like, oh, where could I start? I think Mayor Hammoud's point about sort of the political will and courage is a really important part of it. I mean, I think, working in a government, in a political environment, there are really short timeframes of administrations. There are electoral pressures put upon you. And it's kind of easy to replicate the power systems of the status quo, because that's what's feeding you, that's what's feeding your campaign, and that's how you're getting it done. I think there can also be a very low tolerance sometimes for what I think is sort of the robust and contentious engagement that you will get if you're truly engaging with the type of multiracial democracy we aspire to have. It's not actually going to be this moment of kumbaya and consensus for the most part. And there is some real political courage, I think, to make space to have really difficult conversations, to dredge up at times decades of intentional disinvestment into certain people for certain reasons. To represent an institution that was responsible for some of those things, even if you personally weren't involved, you have to be willing to sort of step into that environment and take on the responsibility. And in some places, you might be the only representative of that institution who's engaged with parts of the community who have been sort of deeply neglected and cut out by intention from the well-being of a community. That's not for the faint of heart. That can be really hard if you're a newly elected person to be like, I think it's also a factor of sort of the thinness, unfortunately, that's also happened across journalism in this country of, the depth of like a beat reporter who understands a context and can provide that is hard when you might have someone who's the only one on the staff and shows up and gets like a soundbite from the angry resident who's always there, knows how to use the platform, and maybe doesn't know how to find someone from the community who might have a different voice, who's harder to reach and not so present. That you're kind of being beat up on multiple ends. So I do think in addition to sort of understanding who's in your community, really assessing when you have a public engagement, who's there? Are you seeing a right representation in the room? And if not, how might you need to be really intentional about getting different points of view, or at least hearing from different points of view? But I do think there's a level of political courage in that we are not always encouraging or supporting amongst our public service professionals, amongst our electeds, especially in sort of the deeply polarized media environment we're in. I think those are all really big obstacles that I'm always happy to chat about because I think it's so important. But I think the way our systems are currently set up is not encouraging the type of engagement we need to actually do this work and make the impact that I think we aspire to have.
And I want to thank you, that was right on, but and I want to turn to Marc, because I know you've had decades of experience working with community groups, and what would you say are some of the biggest challenges and opportunities through that work, especially?
Well, one of the most consistent findings in all the research I've done in the many years I've done it, and I won't say how many those are, is in fact that community engaged greening, in my worldview of what that is taking back those empty lots, turning them into gardens, or just mowing them. We find that just mowing the lot, showing that it's cared for, is sending a message that people are watching, people care about this space, and it actually, we are finding, does reduce crime. It reduces violent crime, and it even reduces firearm-related crime, and we're not finding that crime is displaced in the nearby neighborhoods. To be honest, we don't find a complete decline in crime over all the city. It may be going somewhere else. It may be rising up new. It's staying relatively flat or going down in the trend of the United States, but it's not happening in the next block or the next 2 blocks over, the analyses that we do. And what we find is just mowing it, and we did some analyses where we looked at professionally mowed, so we work with community organizations. We're not actually doing the interventions. We're working with the land banks. About 25 states in the United States or so have land banks where if the property is in tax arrears for a certain number of years, it automatically transforms back to the county, really to the state, and the state says the county, and the county says we don't have the resources to deal with this, so they create things called the land bank here in the state of Michigan. And so we work with the land bank. They have a clean and green program where they tell community groups, if you can submit a small proposal, you'll get $3,000. You have to promise to take care of 25 properties in your neighborhood, and sometimes they go a little outside their neighborhood, a minimum 25 properties. And so we say, okay, let's see if what you do on them makes a difference in terms of crime. And what we find is, and then we actually then use some grant money to pay the land bank to mow some lawns on top of what they typically do, so we can have a condition which we call the professional mow. And then we had a condition where it was the clean and green. It was the community groups getting together and taking over and taking back their neighborhoods. And we looked at street segment by street segment with comparison areas that didn't have properties that were renovated or reused or taken care of in some way. And we consistently find that any kind of greening is better than nothing in terms of the crime outcomes. And secondly, that community engaged greening, where the community is involved, the community is defining what to do, which properties to address, and then taking the monies they have and creating pocket parks, community gardens, and I said sometimes just mowing, they're better. That's better than just mowing alone. So even though they're just mowing, the fact that they're the ones who are selecting it. So we're finding that it's really important to have community engagement. But two things that often come up, and again, this is back to, as the academic here in publishing, often comes up, well, isn't that just gentrification? And our response to that is, well, no, it's not gentrification for several reasons. Imagine a street where if you are here in Ann Arbor, there might be 10 houses, 5 houses on each side of the street. In Flint and in Detroit and some other legacy cities like Youngstown, you could go on a street where there might be 2 houses where people are living in, maybe another 1 or 2 where there's squatters, and maybe another 1 or 2 that are just falling apart, and then several empty lots. Those are the kind of streets we're talking about, and we're talking about community engaged. This is not outside developers coming in and creating the kind of green space that we often think about. I now will think about when we say greening. We call that greening because it's the communities kind of taking back their neighborhoods. But the other thing that we often write about is their neighborhoods aren't like that because of anything they did. It's because of the racist policies, the redlining, the deindustrialization, jobs and people moving out and following the jobs out of the city, all beyond their control. And the people left behind are having now to deal with this. So that doesn't mean to say, and I want to say this very explicitly, that it's therefore the neighbors and the residents' responsibility to take back their neighborhoods. It has to be a partnership with the institutions that we've talked about today. They can't be alone, and we can't just put it on them to fix something that they didn't break in the first place. And by they, I mean the residents of those neighborhoods. So we sort of honor what's kind of already going on, and we document that actually it's making a difference in those cities. And we look at we've looked predominantly at police incident outcomes. That's been our main outcome. But we've done some qualitative and other survey data, and we're actually finding people feel better about themselves, their mental health improves, they feel better about their neighborhood, they feel better about their neighbors. And so there's all of these positive sort of social determinants that come up. And right now we're actually looking at what happens in terms of, are they exercising more because they're outside talking to each other more? Are they eating better because they're planting gardens in their neighborhood and talking about fresh vegetable cooking and that sort of thing? So we're in the middle of actually just beginning to analyze those data.
Thank you. Any audience questions? Okay. Yeah.
I grew up in Detroit, and I had experience with the public transportation. It seems to me that it was an issue for well over 70, 80 years, maybe beginning with the World War II era, when they did have a good system for the first part of the century with rail system, trolleys, and so forth. So the auto lobby, it's kind of well known within the circles of Detroit, conspired, and I'm not using the word loosely, to prevent mass transit. And during the 60s, when LBJ was in office, there was an abundant amount of money that could have been channeled to Detroit. It did go to other urban centers that accepted it, but Detroit never came up with a plan for public transit. So with that in mind, What are the obstacles now to developing the mobility issue there for Detroit? Is the auto, I guess this is a remnant at this point. I don't believe they have to exert any pressure anymore because, you know, it's it's probably never going to occur to get a subway system or a vast mass transit system a la New York or Chicago, right? So.
Yeah, I mean, I think there actually once was a proposal for subways in Detroit that died and clearly did not come to fruition. But you're correct. I think Detroit is one of the only major metropolitan areas in the US did not form a meaningful regional transit authority out of that funding in the late 60s and early 70s. The People Mover is the only legacy of that program, which I think was envisioned to actually connect the radial roads and go beyond. Like that was meant to be the last chunk of downtown and it never took off. I would say as much the auto lobby as sort of the segregation, the literal racial segregation that was happening at the time and sort of how political 8 Mile became as a dividing line, not only for the city of Detroit, but between Wayne County and Oakland County. I think one of the challenges you see now is, you know, Detroit has come through municipal bankruptcy and is in a much stronger financial position, but the ability to meaningfully fund a transportation system in the city is a challenge given how low density the city has become, not only from being, you know, predominantly single family homes, but also as neighborhoods have lost population, as vacant lots have increased, as vacant homes have increased. It's hard to get the density to run effective routes, or like rerouting needs to be reconsidered. I think the other challenge is that there's a huge inversion across the metro area of where people live and where people work. I think it's something like 2/3 of Detroiters work outside of Detroit and 2/3 of workers in Detroit don't live in the city. So we're moving people quite vast distances that is hard to do in a predominantly single family environment over such a large space. I'm going to hold out my hope for the RTA. There is enabling legislation to actually fund some kind of meaningful regional transit. It needs to be voted positively by all the voters of Macomb, Oakland, Wayne, and Washtenaw counties. It was last up for a vote 2016, passed in Washtenaw, passed in Wayne, failed in Oakland, failed in Macomb. I think you would see that changing in Oakland County. Does Macomb County come on board? I don't know, but I think to really get a system that works and gets people between where they live and the jobs they work, it has to be bigger than the city itself. And figuring out that regional collaboration, I think, is something that is continuing to be a challenge. It's maybe beginning to edge in the right direction, but we have a really long way to go of building the collective will to say that this is something we value. I think the economic argument is clear, right? People are struggling to find workers, businesses want to get people, and their inability to move through our region is a huge hindrance there. I think the next time, it can only come up in even years, so every even year I'm like, where's the RTA? Why aren't they out here? But I think that's the best pathway that we currently have, but I think it's more at this point, kind of the racial segregation we've experienced as a region is our bigger holdup right now than maybe the autos in a way that they might have been post-war.
Yeah.
I just want to add 2 points to this. The answer is political will and courage. And the reason I say that is, you know, COVID is the richest time for governments in America. I just want to put that out there, right? There's more money now than ever there was before. Michigan was sitting on like a $7+ billion surplus. But rather than invest in like a light rail system, a public transit system, we gave $1 billion tax break to lower your income tax from 4.2% to 3.9% for 1 year. You saved $12. Congratulations. It cost $1 billion. We did another $1 billion and a few other tax breaks that were promised on a campaign trail that people just had to get it through the finish line. And the other $4 billion was like spent on pet projects that all the lobby corps came forward and lobbied across the legislature. And now we're expecting like only a $300 million surplus in the next state budget. And so at a time when we had $9 billion on the balance sheet to really invest in a public transit system that can transform the way that we live regionally across the whole state, It was expended and lost because the political will was not there. There's a great budget online. It's called the Michigan State Expenditures Report. Look it up. This is every tax break that we give in the state of Michigan. We give tax breaks on vending machines. We give tax breaks on oil wells that you leave in the hole after you finish drilling. We give tax breaks on trading coins. We give tax breaks on the trailers for 16-wheelers that are damaging our roads each and every single day. And so for me, you can actually close many of those tax breaks and reroute that money towards a public transit system without having to levy an additional tax on any resident across the whole state. And you'll have more than enough to fund the whole dang system across the whole state of Michigan. It really comes down to political will and capital. I think subways are gone. I don't think that's going to happen. I think with autonomous vehicles, we have to ask ourselves, what is the future of public transit? In Dearborn now, we partnered with Smart. So we're an opt-in city in Smart busing. We also have Smart Flex. It's a publicly subsidized rideshare service, Uber and Lyft. You can go anywhere in the city of Dearborn, and this is not just limited to Dearborn residents, for $1. So you'll get picked up at your house, dropped off at your location for $1. And this is only for when you're in the city of Dearborn. So we struck this deal. We subsidize it to some capacity as a municipality through some grants we received. But $1 will get you anywhere. And I think that's actually better than a busing system that's kind of fractured, because this will pick you up from where you want. You can plan it out on a schedule on your application. We got it translated into the Arabic language and made available to our residents. But I think we have to start also asking ourselves, what does the future of public transit actually look like?
Did you want to add? Oh, okay. I wholeheartedly hear the political will piece. When I was in Barcelona, they had proposed to draw a subway line directly to the airport. However, it was going to go through one of the most affluent neighborhoods. And there was collective action, but it was against the subway. And this was after they had already invested millions of dollars in drilling the holes and such to create it. So that's definitely a piece of it. So it happens in cities, I guess, across the world. Isabelle, we had a question submitted during registration, and it was along the lines of, from your personal experiences, how do cities in Europe compare to the United States in terms of accessibility to grocery stores, healthcare, and et cetera? And what do you think we as future public health professionals can do to further improve our urban planning and sustainability to be inclusive to everyone?
Small question.
I know. You want the politically correct answer to avoid everyone crying, or you want what I'm really thinking? There is something that has always deeply concerned me and deeply puzzled me about America, which is the question of taxes, right? The question of how are taxes only seen as a burden and as stripping people away of their freedom to make decisions rather than funding core goods and infrastructure. So taxes, I mean, different levels of income tax versus, wealth tax as your individual household, that's being debated for a long time in Europe. Do we have to have an income tax for the super rich at X or Y % of their income, etc.? But basic taxation for public services, that is not that is not a question that's part of ballots, and people are not voting on that, especially because there is also a diversity of tax that have funded public infrastructure, including tourist tax. So Barcelona is one of the most heavily impacted cities by tourism. We all have fallen in love with Barcelona the first time we all went there, but it's a really burdened city. Well, the city has a tourist tax that's raising $20 million, 20 million euros a year just from tourism. We also are going to have a tax on cruise boats now, because that's also a huge impact on the environment. We have a tax on Airbnb. We have a tax on hotels and luxury buildings. We have a tax on empty buildings. So you can find many ways in which you can levy taxes that will actually fund public infrastructure. So that's one aspect that, in the end, taxation is seen as a way to redistribute infrastructure and fund infrastructure. And that's, as a result, we don't have a deficit and a deficit of quality in number and in quality of public infrastructure. What I think people also see is that public transit is a good. And individual car ownership is not necessarily a sign of modernity and a sign of individual freedom. It can be a burden because you have density. So it's also a very different urban environment. But people hate being in their cars. And in some ways, I'm sure you ask Americans, do you enjoy your 2-hour commute or your hour commute? And people will, at the majority, say, no, I hate it. But then they will vote to support policies that actually are not contributing to ameliorating these commuting times and pressures. So I will say that in general, the right to public transit, the right to well-being in cities and in the way public transit contributes to that together with bike lanes, but also together with walkable and mixed neighborhood is something that is not being questioned. So, and it's being supported by residents. And the 15-minute city is definitely an argument around which policymakers, planners have been elected. That said, some of the most vigorous anti-15-minute city that I have seen has been in Europe, in Copenhagen, in London, in Valencia, that is in cities where you have a very strong vocal, very right-wing majority electors who are part of also of the anti-COVID, strong masking or vaccine. So it's very much part of an anti-public health rhetoric where mayors are accused literally of being Nazis that want to put residents in containment neighborhoods that they call urban concentration camps because of the way in which they want to portray the 15-minute city as areas from which residents would not be able to freely circulate and around which they would be able to live. So that's also really of concern, is the growth of this type of agenda that are trying to capture, and the media, of course, is building on it, because the media loves juicy stories, and in the end, the narratives and the policies around the 15-minute cities are really under threat by the growth of these agendas that also are present in Europe. So it's not all rosy.
I just wanted to pick up on that piece because, Rashanak, you mentioned the Reimagining the Civic Commons initiative, which is a piece of work I've been part of. I think a big piece of thinking of that work is also the city is almost fundamental to pushing back against some of those narratives and kind of the omnipresent social media narratives that are out there of, in some ways, because at least in the US, we are so physically segregated from one another. There's so much lower trust. It's much easier for some of those pernicious things to catch and sort of get amplified. Our hypothesis was by actually meaningfully investing in public realm places and bringing real humans face to face with one another, might you be able to push, you're not going to win the troll battle, was kind of where we landed. It's actually reinvesting in this really basic fundamentals of what it means to be urban, of what it means to be together, that I think is critical to fight against that and maybe preserve some of the more good parts of our democracy. But I feel like the city is so intrinsic to that argument and how dangerous that pushback can be.
And for those of us who are not familiar with 15-minute cities, it's just a reference to areas that, within 15 minutes you can access all your essentials from schools to transportation so essentially you can move about and reach all those essentials within 15 minutes. Walking, I believe, right? Yeah, walking. And Isabelle, when you said the cruise tax, I was actually in Barcelona when that passed, because in Barcelona, apparently, there's 2 days in the year where more than 2 million tourists dock in July, and that has caused huge strains on the system and usage of a lot of services that then residents can't access to. So.
Just a quick caveat also in terms of understanding gentrification drivers. What we actually see in cities that are global, that are tourism-based, service-based cities, is that greening and other types of gentrification come together. So tourism gentrification, because at the end, who visits those really well-designed, mixed-use, really dynamic new public spaces and streets and plazas that places like Barcelona have, it's also actually tourists. And so, and where are new Airbnbs being listed, it's around those green areas as well. And these green areas also have commercial gentrification. That's where your yoga studios, your $5 or in Europe €4 lattes will be open, or your brunch places. So you have a whole dynamic of gentrification that greening activates that actually becomes really pernicious, because it really changes the profile of housing affordability really quickly.
Thank you. I want to come back to Abdullah and kind of building off the question that Dean Bowman asked earlier. How can cities balance economic development with the goal of creating healthy and equitable communities, especially in rapidly growing urban areas?
So fun fact, Dearborn is the fastest growing city in the state of Michigan. Grew 12% in the last census. We still believe it to be an undercount, and I think we're like amongst the top 15 cities in growth in the country. Economic development, there are two real fundamental ways to grow economically. There's the one that everybody tends to do, which is how many billions of dollars can I throw at this company to come move in and construct and give me the promise of 5,000 to 50,000 jobs that never really ends up coming to fruition. Then there's the more difficult pathway of economic development, which is investing in the small businesses you currently have in your city. If you provide them the tools, the assistance, the grants they need, they can double in size, they can add a second location, they hire locally, they train locally, they stay locally. And that one is the far more difficult one to actually accomplish, but it's because people don't want to put in the time and effort to actually get it done. The unique thing about Dearborn is we're like the anti-franchise city. You know, you want to have good food. I'm not telling you to go to, you know, this place that sells falsified Mexican food, this place that sells chocolate hummus. That stuff doesn't exist in Dearborn. We sell authentic meals made by people and immigrants, and really that's what's given way to our economic development boom. A lot of the economic, the businesses that are opening up in Dearborn are actually immigrants and refugees who have moved to the city, who have found ways to open up and open up their resources. And it's really helpful in that way. And I think it's extremely important to keep that local lens on. When economic developer comes to our doors, we now have like several policies in the books that tell us, one, you know, we have like our own green lens that we apply to any economic development that has to happen. Two, anybody that's trying to build housing, we have a requirement for some level of workforce housing. We've realized the term affordable housing is throwing off many neighborhoods in our city. So we try to say workforce-ready housing, folks who are just graduating, who are just entering the workforce, for them to be able to afford to live in this neighborhood. So we're being mindful of that. And we're trying to be more proactive. Traditionally, what happens is a developer will find a parcel, they will come to you, want to develop this parcel. What we're doing is the city is actually the largest holder of land within the city of Dearborn. This is basically us and like Ford Motor Company. And what we're doing is we're trying to be proactive with what do our residents want in these areas. We're going to proactively go out there and incentivize the development that the neighborhood wants in its own backyard. Now, this is like the reverse of a tax abatement. Tax abatements are typically given to the wealthy. You want to develop what's best for their bottom line. We're going to go out and actually give the tax abatement for the development that the community wants that might not necessarily pencil otherwise. You know, so if you want a great community supermarket, you want a childcare center, you want activities for families, you might have to underwrite some of those, which doesn't bring in some giant economic boom, but it improves the quality of life for the surrounding families and neighborhoods. And that's the lens that you have to have. We abide by a health and all policy approach in the city of Dearborn. Each and every decision that we make is a public health decision. You just have to be able to view it that way in order for you to understand what is the implication of what you're actually trying to accomplish.
If I could pick up on that, I think that's so critical, because I think whether it's economic development or even, you know, what greening might mean in different cities, to me, it's as much like the why matters so much more than the what it is. That if you're, you know, bringing those standards to a developer in a development deal, like you're still going to work with capitalism. It still might be a public-private partnership, but the outcomes are so fundamentally different, I think, when the public sector plays a different role at the table than just kind of accepting what the private market wants to bring. Or I feel really strongly too with all the things that maybe fall under the greening umbrella. You know, I would love to see like no neighborhoods without street trees. I would love to see no neighborhoods with lead paint in their homes. That the market also has co-opted some of these improvements or maybe interventions in cities that the market's really strong and may continue to do that. It's actually our pushback through policy, through zoning, through, you know, writing a really good development agreement with a developer that actually reframes and centers equity in those conversations than maybe even whether it's trees or a park or a mixed-use building. The why is just so critical.
I'm going to add just 3 more points. One, even as a city, you put out more contracts that small businesses can benefit from than just about anybody else. So we've passed one ordinance that says if we go out for a bid on a contract up to $100,000, if you are located in the city, you could be 10% higher in that bid than any other company, and I'll still choose you because you're based locally. Lansing took it one step further. We're going to model. They said for contracts up to $1 million, if you are based locally, we'll give you the opportunity after the bid to match the lowest bid if you're local, and we'll keep those dollars within our city. That's one step that we're going to take it. Second, we just landed an Apex accelerator in the city of Dearborn. This is funded by the DoD, the Department of Defense, which is the largest contractor in the world. They put out like $680 billion a year. The accelerator is now located in the city of Dearborn, works with small businesses who are local in the whole region to help them land city, county, state, and federal contracts. And so because they want to diversify who they're contracting with. So we just landed that after 2 years. It's now headquartered in the city of Dearborn regionally. I forget my third point. I think I just want to talk just one thing on trees. It's not just about the trees we plant. I've learned this the hard way. You also want quality trees. And I learned this because somebody sent me a picture of a tree that I can snip with like a nail clipper. And they're like, oh, this is one of the 1,000 trees you got in a grant for free that this organization is planting. And I was like, this is a long piece of grass. And so you want quality trees that like my daughter will be able to sit under and capture some under the canopy, as opposed to maybe my daughter's great granddaughter would be able to sit under there and capture some coverage. So we also want to be mindful of like it's not just quantity of trees, also quality of trees.
Mark, I want to come back to you because you started kind of talking about it, but in your opinion, how can cities address issues of public safety and crime to create equitable and safe urban environments for all residents?
Well, yeah, I got interested in, people often ask me, well, what does crime have to do with public health? I had recently had a student email me, or former student email me, who was in the department about 15 years ago when I was chair of my department. And she said, when I was a student, you were doing this violent stuff, and I didn't understand how that was public health and really wondered about it. And she sent me this email out of the blue and just said, I don't know if you remember me, but thank you for doing that work and persisting with it. The sequelae of violence for health, both physical and mental health relating to physical health, are extreme. The CDC has this graph where they have a picture, the National Center for Injury Prevention at the CDC, Injury Prevention and Control, has a graph where it's violence in the middle and all the different things it affects. And I once used that figure and pointed to all the research that we have found to be related. Early pregnancy, unwanted and early pregnancy, drug use, cigarette use, mental distress, suicide, just on and on and on. And so, what we're starting to do now is looking at some of the mechanisms and trying to sort of establish an empirical base that's not necessarily just the direct effects, but some of the, how it operates to create these negative outcomes, these sequelae. And then what we really try to do, talking about resilient cities, we try to focus on what's positive that we can do. So the idea that I mentioned before of busy streets, we said, well, how do we create a busy street? Eyes on the street, people interacting in positive ways. How do we transform cities that are, or street segments? And we're talking, corner to corner. We're at that, granular level. We're not talking necessarily neighborhoods or big cities and transportation. We're talking about corner to corner, just talking to your neighbors. And it's been just surprising to me how we're still talking today about how violence is a public health problem. People are still not convinced that it's a criminology issue, and we're working hard on kind of transforming that idea. But I don't know if that directly answers your question, but that it kind of grows from there.
Something that I find very inspiring about the US that I think in Europe we don't have, we haven't grasped yet the seriousness of the issues. What do you need to do for public space to feel a trusted area where there will be a sense of ownership and appropriation by neighbors? And what I don't see at all in Europe is the strength of the youth organizing and the environmental justice movement in ways in which green spaces that were places for gun violence or for drug traffic and drug use have been reappropriated by youth groups, by after-school programs, by nonprofits, by foundations as places that are becoming new sites for sports, for nurturing the mental health and the abilities of youth to feel differently about themselves. And so you have environmental justice groups which will be now becoming trained in trauma and is post-trauma training in ways that can really change the outlooks of youth as well and make them be organizers. So at the end of the day, you have basketball courts in Boston, or you have community gardens, or you have parks that become centers for youth training and organizing, changing again the form of self-esteem and trust between each other, and in the end, lowering the level of violence in the entire community without pushing it away. And I'm saying that because what we are seeing in Barcelona right now that we don't know how to deal with, going back to green gentrification and tourism together, or tourism gentrification together, is that now violent groups are moving towards areas in the center of the cities that are both these public spaces where tourists and residents used to go, and starting to mug tourists with greater violence, but are in the end having a ripple effects on residents who are like, I'm not going to send my kid anymore to this playground, or I'm not going there. And you had a wonderful space that was rebuilt thanks to residents in the center, in the Ciutat Bella, that's now called La Plaza Negra, the Black Square, because mothers and fathers don't want to send their kids there. And now tourists are there, they have no idea, they think it's cool, they think it's beautiful, and they are getting mugged. And at the end of the day, what you also see is an increase in obesity rates, because when nurses in Barcelona, you have a lot of at-home nurses who go for kids vaccination and other care within the homes of migrant families in particular. That's one of the great things. They say, God, there's an increase, there's a peak in obesity in this neighborhood. And basically what they have realized is that kids don't go out anymore. And because apartments are so small and so dense, especially among low-income migrant families in Barcelona, kids don't have any space to go within the home either. So they don't go anywhere, and so violence is now associated, and I don't know how you model all of this in health, but basically gun violence indirectly or mugging has an impact on physical health and mental health, including obesity, which I had no idea.
Yeah, I just, it's sort of interesting you brought up the idea of development. I really kind of got into all of this years ago when we created this program called Youth Empowerment Solutions, where we sat around the table. There was a call for proposals. That's what we do. We write proposals. And it was a call for proposals for community-level change to address youth violence. So we sat around the table and said, well, let's have the youth be part of the solution and not necessarily the focus of the problem. So we got them involved in and created an after-school program and got them created the scaffolding for them to get involved in and develop and actually implement a community change project. And it was sometimes a mural, sometimes it was a community garden, sometimes it was a community garden, and the group the next year put up a wooden wall in the back of this garden and called it the Rosa Parks Peace Park, and they painted the wall and made a wall to paint. And from that, when we were looking at around those spaces, people were respecting it. One of the murals that they've created in early 2000s, the 2000 aughts, I think it was 2006 or 7, that mural is never been graffitiized. And they're talking now, the community now is talking about repainting some of it just to brighten it up again, because it's kind of gone out. So the idea of engaging youth in this process, and the idea of, to come full circle where you ended, is vital to create, at least again, in the research, and the most consistent thing I've ever found is it's vital for making a difference in really taking back neighborhoods, creating safer spaces, and ultimately creating healthier cities, I think.
I would agree. I mean, I think another piece, in addition to sort of the inability to let youth freely leave the home because of actual violence or perceptions of violence, is also maybe on the other end of the spectrum, isolation of seniors, those over 65, is a huge issue in Detroit for many similar reasons. Some of those are constraints of the built environment. There's not a sidewalk, it's hard, there's no benches, but it's also really the existence and perceived fear of crime in neighborhoods that I think, to me, it's both ends of that, that it's so critical, and the folks who aren't out, who aren't making the busy street for you, are kind of sequestered inside for these reasons, that, yeah, to me, that deep community ownership over some of these places and how you set up processes to do that. But that's where I come from, there's not enough greening. There's maybe not enough greening in cities to address some of these pieces that, to me, the market co-opting it shows just how valuable they are. I am always trying to push for more for everyone through a lens that is much more equitable than just the kind of maybe trickle-down mode that you've described. But I think in Detroit, you see it at both ends of the population.
No, and I will agree that there is never enough greening. The question is the Green Space Department or is the Department of Environmental Protection in cities able to go beyond funding for green space, designing green space, deploying it, to working across sector with housing, with economic development, with youth? And that's something you still don't see, because those departments tend to be populated by biodiversity experts, landscape architects. They have no idea, and they don't necessarily want to think out the box, because see that in Europe in particular, people are very segmented. They are trained in one way. Here, I would say, at least in America, people have a broader view of other things because of the way they are trained. But the profession of environmental planner, of green planner, tends to be extremely secluded. And as people say, we're not in the business of housing. Well, you are actually as well. That's how greening is going to be equitable if you also think about housing.
And these policies. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I was just going to say, these policies that we just hear about in Dearborn are like a home run for, I think, getting into that. Yeah. It's local. It's thinking more broadly. It's thinking integratively. And our governor is coming up in 2 years. Just to say.
Yeah, we need a new mayor in Boston.
If you want to move to the best city in the state, I'm just saying, houses are available.
Well, no, I just wanted to pick up on that piece, because I think, in the US context also, the racial wealth gap is one of the hugest differences, right? I think the black-white wealth gap in the US is something like 15 times. And so much of that is tied up in single-family home ownership. That's where, to me, it's critical to have that cross-sectoral conversation, because I think of communities I've worked in neighborhoods in Detroit where Black homeowners lost almost all of their home value in the 2008 market crisis. And so we were using tools of the market, maybe, for greening spaces with the explicit aim of rebuilding Black wealth for homeowners. But having that lens and to understand, what is the context of the stormwater intervention? What is the context of the park? Is it a neighborhood of mostly renters? Is it a neighborhood of mostly homeowners? What do the systems of ownership look like in a neighborhood? I think are key and often disconnected. I'm just hopeful for the places where you are starting to see some successes around this. There's a really interesting report that came out at the end of last year that Brookings put out in partnership with Common Good Labs. They looked at 200 different they looked at census tracts across the US where there had been increases in kind of economic mobility, economic strength, reductions in poverty without displacement, and looked at 8 different factors, some within the metro region and some local to the place, and found basically 200 cases where you'd seen that kind of economic mobility without displacement. Homeownership was a big piece of that. Self-entrepreneurship was a big piece of that. The presence of community organizations was a big piece of that. There are some real factors I think intuitively residents might point you to, but there's some real data to back up. Ways to maybe build some of those bridges or factors to put into a bigger pot of like, what do these investments take, or what do they mean?
And I guess this kind of makes me think a little bit about, in the last, I would say, couple of years, we've been talking more about reparations, right? And what does that look like? And there's a lot of ideas towards what that means, but what, in your opinions or in your thoughts, like what could be some of those changes in the cities, or how could reparations improve that equitable or that wealth gap, the racial wealth gap and such? Or do you have examples that you've seen? Sorry, it's a loaded question.
I don't have, but I know reparations is largely a conversation for the Black African American community. I don't have a large Black African American community at Dearborn, but I'll talk to you about what we do to try to address the wealth gap and the inequities that we have. It's all public health oriented. Look at some of the statistics about what improves lifetime earnings. Reading. Reading actually improves lifetime earnings. So one of the projects that we endeavored upon when I was a state rep was to create an endowment fund. We put in about $3 million in that endowment fund, and now it produces enough principal to cover the Dolly Parton Imagination Library for all Dearborn residents forever. And so that's a free book mailed to your house for all kids between 0 through 5 every single month, mailed for at no expense. The reason we did it through an endowment fund is when times get tough in a recession, it's the first program that gets cut. And so in our conversations, we said, great, put in an endowment fund so nobody can ever touch it. And all the additional principal, we actually now spend it on special education services within their public schools. And so that's the two things we do there. Secondly, right now we have 40 single family plots that are around a mosque that was built just in 2019. And now that neighborhood is booming. We own 40 family plots there, though. And a lot of the families in that area are renters. That's where renters are actually higher than home ownership. So what we're doing is we're partnering with a developer. We're going to give up the parcels, ideally when we go out for bid, at no cost. We're going to set what the price has to be for home ownership when they go to sell these parcels. And we're going to give the preference to those who are living in these neighborhoods who have been renters for X amount of years, who have demonstrated that they can pay. And then we'll assist them with a down payment when it comes. So that way we can transition hopefully 40 families out of being renters in this neighborhood to becoming homeowners in this neighborhood, and then giving them the opportunity to generate wealth and pass on. We have begun a startup competition for children between ages of 8 and through 13. We did it the first time this year. We had 50 children show up with their own business ideas. Some as sophisticated as using 3D printers to build their own designer helmets. Now we're about to launch one for high school students, and we're going to start seeding it with actual cash. And so if you win, we're going to give you $10,000, $20,000 that we'll put into your account that'll mature while you're still in school. And when you finish, you get the lump sum to use whatever you want. You want to go to college? Go to college. You want to open up a business? Open up a business. You want to go to the trades? Go to the trades. You deserve this money. We're not going to tie you down with what you should be using it for. And so cities have the dollars. We have so many ways to come up with the dollars. You just have to be bold enough to put the dollars away from the talking points and what might be extremely savvy and popular amongst the donor class, and actually just give it to people. You'd be surprised at how many ideas they come up with how they can tackle the wealth gap. I know I talked about the South End being the least affluent part of our city. It's actually the lowest crime rate also in the city of Dearborn. It goes against every single statistic that you hear about, that the lowest affluency also comes with the highest crime rate. It's because it's the most tightly knit community you will ever come across. Everybody knows everybody in that whole block. And that's really the feel that you want to construct across your whole city. But those are just some ideas that you can begin to implement where you can make investments in that you might not see on day one, but with time. We have 3 libraries right now. One is heavily underutilized in the east end of the city. I'm a father of 2, both are under the age of 2. And I'm realizing now more than ever, we don't have many family place centers in the city. We're getting ready to convert Esper Branch Library into a children's skills center. It'll be open and free to all Dearborn children. And I got this because my daughter is in daycare in Northville. My wife is a physician in Northville. She takes my daughter to some Northville STEM academy there, and she pays a subscription. I was like, how great would this be if we just made it free for Dearborn residents? And we have the dollars to do it. It's an underutilized space. So we allocated the funds in the last budget and are preparing to convert that center. And we know if you get kids into these centers, it'll, again, improve lifetime earnings with time. In the Dolly Parton Imagination Library, in a city of high immigrant, high refugees, we're not only teaching children to help improve their literacy rates, we're also helping the parents. Where we have neighborhoods where English is second language up to the tunes of 70%. They're also improving their English literacy rate as well.
I mean, I don't know that I also have the full answer to this, but thinking about the context of maybe Detroit or Flint or cities that are legacy cities that have seen disinvestment, that have become cities with a greater and greater proportion of Black residents, many of whom come from the legacy of kind of being enslaved in the American South, is that I think in some of these cities where you have Black populations who have gained political control, Detroit is interesting in that it has stood up a reparations task force to really begin to think systemically about some of these, but it is also a city that just went through a process of municipal bankruptcy where, the devaluation of Black homes, the structural challenges of sort of pension obligations, of debt service on schools, and decisions that were made maybe not even by residents, but at the state level, are having real impacts and constraining the ability of these urban budgets to think transformationally about these other types of investments, where it requires a different kind of coalition building, I think, to get to a level of resource to actually meaningfully make those impacts. I do think there are some interesting conversations happening around projects. I think at the Biden administration, there's an executive order called Justice 40 that is put forward that 40% of a number of different federal investments, the Inflation Reduction Act, a lot of the clean energy funding, some of the infrastructure funding in the bipartisan infrastructure law, are intended to land in communities that have been impacted by environmental justice issues. Actually achieving that is going to be really hard. I think that language is very well talked about, and figuring out how to operationalize it is maybe the big challenge of the moment, to understand not only how do we start to articulate a sense of history, kind of what is the harm, how might we define it, what do we owe to each other, is going to be really fraught also in the parallel conversations about, we're banning books and we're not teaching certain subjects, right? Like, I think it's a very contentious moment to be beginning these conversations, but I think they're really critical, and I do think history plays a role. I come from 3 generations of Detroiters who left Alabama for the North, and I think, a lot of the points, kind of housing, education, like there are some real fundamentals that we've underinvested in. Isabelle, to your point of kind of our tax structure and putting it on the backs of individuals to overcome systems that really get to a much bigger level of imagination about where we might need to go and the resources needed to do that, to truly get to a reparative place. But I do think it's going to be really interesting over maybe the next even 4 to 5 years as these very large federal sums of money begin to move down through states and cities, to see where are there opportunities, where is there some courage to actually take on that question, and think about how this funding could be transformational and not just giving us all $12 and walking away.
I'm just gonna make one point about taxes. One of the most burdensome tax in Michigan is the property tax. Now, for a lot of progressives, they say this is a progressive tax. The bigger the home, the more you pay. It's actually very regressive when you're looking at communities. Michigan as a whole has relatively low sales tax, relatively low income tax, one of the highest property taxes levied in the whole country. If you look at cities like Detroit, Saginaw, Dearborn, Flint, and the likes, 30% if not more of our property taxes are school infrastructure related. I look at a city like Ann Arbor and how advantaged Ann Arbor is. You can levy $1 million and go out for bond on $1 billion project to rebuild all your schools. The city of Dearborn would have to do like 9 mills to do the equivalency. On top of that, we also charge an additional 30% surcharge if you're a renter, right? If you're non-homesteaded, you're gonna pay 30% more in property taxes. And I promise you, the landowner is not paying that tax. He's just levying it down to the renter who has to pay much more. And so our tax system is so broken. You talk about hotel tax, legislation just passed last week in the House. It was supposed to allow municipalities to levy, I think, up to 3% on hotels and motels. They got so scared in passing it, they limited it just to Kent County and Grand Rapids because they had a project in the pipeline and no other city can do it. You want to talk about sales tax? We can't levy localized sales tax and increase those in order for us to get more dollars from tourists or visitors who are coming through our city. We have no Airbnb tax. We don't have a rideshare tax, whether it's on Uber or Lyft. There are so many ways to capture dollars that don't impact the average everyday Michigander, but there's a system that is just so broken at the state right now where you can't interfere with the way that the taxes are currently given. I voted against every tax break you can possibly imagine. The one that bothered me the most, I think, was people with personal jets need to not pay sales and use tax on the parts to replace their airplane. Because Ohio doesn't have it. And I said, if you're gonna spend the hundreds of dollars in gas to go to Ohio, because you don't wanna pay the 6%, I mean, these are the things that they come up with. But property tax, the state should assume the responsibility for school infrastructure. Yeah. If it does that, you're talking about a 30% tax savings for every urban and suburban city across all of the whole state of Michigan. And you're talking about rebuilding schools. And so that's just one thing. And the state is sitting on a $2 billion surplus right now in the school aid budget. They have more than the means to actually do it.
Whoa.
Sorry.
I hear there's a vacancy, possible vacancy in president of the US next year. Just go high. Or the mayor of Barcelona is going to come up for election. Anyway, some of the really innovative, still to be tested and still to be evaluated policy that I've seen are one of them in Portland, Oregon, the right to return policy, which is for mostly African-American residents who were displaced by urban renewal in the 60s and 70s, and either themselves, if they are still alive, or their kids being able to claim that they were displaced and then being the first ones to come back at affordable rates to mixed use communities or sustainable communities that are being built now through Portland. So still to be evaluated in terms of who actually comes back. Do people want to come back 20, 30 years later when their networks were disseminated around the city, where they don't have any more direct roots in the city? But still, that's something quite courageous in terms of recognizing, trying to go beyond intergenerational trauma and trying to recognize the harm that you've done as a city. In Washington, there is right now, Washington, D.C., there is a lawsuit that has been filed by an anti-discrimination lawyer against the city of Washington for gentrification and its harms on residents. There is a place called Berry Farms, I don't know whether you've heard of it, which was one of the largest public housing developments in Anacostia, in the South, where 350 families were displaced 3 years ago, and where the lawyer, Eri Teresa, said, well, I'm going to sue the city on behalf of those residents so that they are able to come back at no cost and benefiting from heavily subsidized affordable housing homes when that area of Anacostia, of Berry Farms, get rebuilt now in the next few years through a sustainable communities framework. So let's see where that's going. It's hugely difficult to litigate, but it's also creating a precedent. So the question is, what type of new narratives can you create around those rights, around those policies that can be heavily progressive, and where also are cities recognizing their responsibility, and what can they counter as the harms that past generations of planning agencies have produced. So 2 examples.
So I can't believe that we're down to our last couple of minutes. If it was up to me, we'd be here all day. But now I have to ask the obligatory last question of, you have 30 seconds. But I'd like to hear from each of you. And I know, Mayor, this might be a little bit putting weight on you, but what is one concrete step or commitment that each of you would like to see cities take in the next year to advance the cause of health and equity?
That's like...
You can be a resident in this question.
Yeah, I firmly believe in a health and all policy approach. With that said, I think health communication is probably the strongest tools municipalities have that they don't utilize. As governments, you need trust of the people in order for you to accomplish bold agendas. That's just like the simple formula. The reality is, though, you only hear from us, or we only hear from you, when government doesn't work. Your garbage doesn't get picked up, I get a call. GFL tipped your can on accident, I get a post on social media. Flooding occurred, you get a call. You don't reach out to government when your garbage does get picked up. When it rained 5 inches under 24 hours and your basement did not flood. When you have your parks being mowed and are greened the right way, we're not getting phone calls there. So we as a government have the duty of demonstrating to our residents on a daily basis of what it is that we're actually doing. You want to talk about value for your dollar? We have to demonstrate it. We don't communicate it enough. If we can communicate the wins that you don't see on a daily basis, that builds us the capacity then to be a little bit more bold, to maybe ask for additional resources. But it only happens through health communications. If you're not communicating properly, you're not gonna get anywhere. If you only come around and ask for a tax hike to rebuild the schools once every 15 years, but don't talk about what you're doing within those 15 years, you're gonna lose that ballot initiative. And so I think if there's one thing I would advocate for all of you to push onto your municipality, is for them to communicate to you what they're doing each and every single day. Elected officials tell you, hey, it's too complicated. We can't tell you about it. I also think that's bullshit. And it's because people have the capacity to understand what's actually unfolding. It doesn't have to be, it's not a very complex thing. I ran telling everybody I can be mayor, never having run a company that's 1,200 employees, $350 million, but you build a robust team, you can pretty much get anything done. And so just look at the NBA, they're all super teams now, so.
Well, with my dean sitting in front of me, I better say something like evidence-based. I'm a data guy. I'm a data nerd, and I would say be systematic in collecting data to show that things are working, and then relating to that is also then being able to communicate what you're seeing that does make a difference, communicating that to both the rank and file everyday citizen, but also to the people who are making those resource decisions, the mayors and the city councils, and and thinking about policy in small p, not just big P. So that would be my answer. Is that okay? Would that work?
I can go next. I mean, I think, unfortunately, we're going to see with the changes in climate, with the 5 inches of rain in 24 hours, that communities that are already bearing the most harm, these vulnerable communities, are going to continue to be on the front line of some of these challenges. That to the, with all the strength you have, to actually be much more intersectional with all of government resources you have, to bring your housing departments with your parks departments, your economic development team, and leverage your very fragmented resources toward better outcomes. I think there's a lot more power cities could have that they aren't using to really address these in different ways, and even small wins can start to catalyze some change.
Maybe because I'm a qualitative researcher, I can't think about one answer. I have to make it complex. The first aspect that comes to mind is going back on what you're saying, which I think is brilliant, is the question of changing the framework of how and what you communicate that you do. So if we think about climate change as a crisis, it's not working out. People are not buying it, even though half of Canada or a third of Canada burned last year. That's not enough for people to seem to believe that climate change is real. But if we can think about communications around climate change and the policies around it, around climate health justice, that is, we're going to try to have this ripple down or this cascading effect around taking care of our ecosystems, our environment, and our people, in the sense that you put care at the center, and I'm going back to these cities of care or caring cities, that hopefully can be a way to be less polarizing and try to have this narrative and then this ability to bring people around core goals that bring together the climate, the health, and the justice of our city. So that's one aspect that I think is really key, is how to change the communication that you do around these key policies that governments have to grapple with and will be much more at the center of their work over the next 20 years. The other aspect has to do with campaign financing and municipal financing. That is that this current system where developers are, and I'm talking about, not cities in maybe the types of dire economic or post-industrial context that quite a few cities in Michigan appear to be. But I'm talking about cities that are literally governed by developers and by the way in which there are no rules to how permitting seems to be given, what size of buildings, that 80% of all buildings are luxury buildings. If you look at what's being built in Boston, what's being built in Washington, there needs to be a change in terms of how our cities financed and what is being financed by what in cities. You are talking about schools. It's absolutely insane to see that schools are being financed mostly by property taxes, by municipal ones, and not by the state. It's absolutely mind-blowing to me. But if you don't change that, and if you don't have advocacy coming from cities, there is the Covenant of Mayors, there are C40, there are different types of mayoral alliances in the US that hopefully can also have that aspect of finances and campaigning at the center of their work, because otherwise you won't be able to address some of these core issues.
Thank you. So I just want to give you, say a big thank you. And I think you've also helped me build a case that I've been trying to build for my chair, that I want to teach a course on property tax as a determinant of health, because it's very important. And I just really want to thank for the health in all policies, because I think that is critical. And I'd like to hopefully take some credit that was some of the stuff that you learned while you were at Michigan, because especially that's something that we really try to teach our students. So thank you so much to each and every one of you for taking the time to be here today. Again, dream panel, and we'll move on to the next stage, which I believe is a 15-minute break, and then which will be followed up with lightning talk. So I hope you stay with us. Thank you.
All right, so maybe it's time to start the next session. Okay, so welcome back. And as we mentioned earlier, the public health ideas for creating healthy and equitable cities, we offered some pilot grants last year. And then among the many very excellent proposals, we were able to fund 4 of them. Actually 5, because another one we just started. For the 4 of those grant proposals we are funding last year, and today you're going to see how they showcase the research. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce our first speaker. So today our first speaker is Dr. Rick Nazel, and Rick is a professor of environmental health sciences and global health. He serves as the director for the Center for Occupational Health and Safety Engineering, and also the associate director of the Office of the Global Public Health. His research focuses on evaluating and addressing harmful exposures in workplaces and communities around the world. And his research team places a very strong emphasis on translating the research findings into practice. So without further ado, let's welcome Rick.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction, and it's such a pleasure to see everybody here today in the room and online. So I'm going to speak for a few minutes, if I can get the controller to work here, on the pilot study that again has been funded by our School of Public Health. And so we are very intentionally addressing environmental injustice that's occurred in the city of Detroit, with focus on a specific environmental hazard that almost always gets ignored, but really shouldn't be, and that's noise. So just to get our bearings here, we're sitting, of course, in the city of Ann Arbor at the School of Public Health here. And if we were to travel about 42 miles to our east, we would end up at Interstate 375, which is just a 1-mile spur, basically, of highway, but a very important 1 mile, as we'll see. And so for those of you who have spent time in Detroit, I've used my very crude cartographic skills here to show you maybe some landmarks you're familiar with, the GM Rensen, Comerica Park, and Eastern Market. So we're right in that area just east of downtown Detroit. So if we were to look at that area back in 1959, we would see something like this. This is Hastings Street in a very vibrant neighborhood, a thriving neighborhood called Black Bottom. On the other hand, if we fast forward to 2021, when this aerial photo was taken, this is what that neighborhood looks like today. So it's essentially a 6-lane, 55-mile-per-hour depressed freeway, depressed in many senses, but in this case meaning underneath the ground level. And so I'll just highlight here that the siting of this freeway to the east of downtown Detroit was done quite intentionally and just resulted in the destruction of 2 very thriving black neighborhoods, or majority black neighborhoods, Black Bottom and Paradise Valley. And so these areas continue to be predominantly black in population today, and in effect, are experiencing ongoing ramifications from this environmental racism that occurred when the freeway was built. So we are trying to better understand the ramifications of this environmental injustice. So just to, and I apologize, I've just gotten prescription readers here, and so you may notice I'm a little awkward with my reading here, and that font is about 20 points smaller than I'd hoped it would be. So it turns out the Michigan Department of Transportation as well as the Federal Highway Administration have both explicitly acknowledged that government policies played a role directly leading to this environmental injustice. Now, Detroit has actually received $100 million from the Department of Transportation to redesign I-375, in the words of the agencies, to help right this past wrong. That sounds like great news. And so the idea here is, well, let's take out I-375, which is a failing freeway from an infrastructure perspective, and let's replace it with a 9-lane boulevard to connect these neighborhoods again. So if that doesn't sound like a great approach to connecting neighborhoods, you're absolutely right. At least that's our thought. Now, MDOT, the Michigan Department of Transportation, estimates that the sound levels around the freeway currently are in the range of 66 to 72 decibels. So that's a little louder, actually, than I'm talking to you right now, that they're exposed to 24 hours a day. Now, I don't have time to go into the literature, but I will say we have a tremendous body of evidence showing that long-term chronic exposures to those levels of noise can cause hearing loss, but they're also strongly linked to cardiovascular disease, high blood pressure, heart attacks, stroke. So this is not a trivial exposure that this neighborhood is experiencing. Now, MDOT, again, the Department of Transportation, has done some modeling to estimate, well, what might noise levels look like if this project goes through, and we fast forward to the year 2040. And they think that noise levels will be up about 5 decibels. They have determined that to be a finding of no significant impact, or a FONSI, not the cool kind of FONSI like I grew up with on TV, because MDOT doesn't care if the levels change less than 10 decibels, which is essentially a 10-fold increase in how much sound exposure there is to this community. So that's troubling. Beyond that, MDOT has determined that noise mitigation approaches are not feasible for this neighborhood. In other words, we shouldn't even try, basically, to quiet this project. I'll also highlight there was similar work that was done between 2018 and 2022 on Interstate 75 as it runs through Detroit. And there's been a ton of complaints and essentially reevaluation of that finding of no significant impact. So there's already some evidence that doing this sort of thing doesn't improve conditions for communities and can in fact make them worse. So a little bit more on what MDOT did. So we're focused on noise again, this ubiquitous stressor. So MDOT, as is commonly done, used mathematical models to predict what levels of noise might exist in this neighborhood following the proposed work. But they did that in, we submit, a very flawed way. They took a very limited set of measurements at a very limited number of locations on a single day in 2017, in October, actually. And so we have taken some issue with this. They, for instance, have predicted, well, we think the 4 to 5 p.m. range is going to be the noisiest time of day in that year, but they didn't even make measurements during that time of day. It's hard to support that assertion. I would also submit, and I think folks would agree, Detroit has changed dramatically from 2017 to 2023. There's been a lot of new development there. It's not the same city that it was 6 years ago. And then MDOT themselves have admitted, yes, there will be impacts on about a quarter of the residences that are around this freeway. But again, they've said these impacts essentially aren't enough to obligate us to do something about it. Another way to frame that is, well, the situation's already bad and we're not really making it worse, which is not how public health should work. I think we can all agree. So the question for us becomes, well, what can we do to try to help this process and address this environmental injustice? So we have two aims of our research. The first is we want to go out and do a more robust assessment of noise. So we're actually going to develop a sampling strategy, essentially, to go out to the same spots that MDOT did their measurements and do a much more robust measurement campaign at those same locations, but looking not on a single day, but repeatedly over time. So we can start to understand, MDOT's snapshots, how representative are they of reality, seasonal differences, that sort of thing. And then we're going to compare our results to MDOT and determine how accurate or valid we think their estimates are compared to current conditions. The second thing we're going to do is develop and implement some novel methods here. So as you saw from the previous slide, typically noise levels are measured with a meter that you just park at a given spot and it sits there for a while and collects measurements. We are moving into more mobile monitoring. So we're actually going to use a U of M vehicle and we're going to drive around this area around the redevelopment, which is highlighted in the bright orange lines there. We're going to do an internal route that's close to the freeway, that's in green, and then a farther away route in blue, and get a better sense of what's actually happening at all of these locations, not just a few snapshots like MDOT did previously. So this is going to give us a much better ability to understand at a more granular level what a noise exposures look like for the folks in this neighborhood. Now, we've actually been out quite recently, in fact, and the team has collected some initial data. So the photo on the lower left corner there is our team actually driving around the local Costco parking lot before they were driven out by management, collecting some measurements in a sort of wide open area with few obstructions at a very advanced hour of the morning, as you can see. And then we have gone out and made an initial round of measurements in Detroit, again at those same 13 locations that MDOT measured back in 2017. The graph here on the right is showing noise levels. So we're looking on the x-axis at noise levels that were measured there. And then we've got all 13 of the measurement sites on the y-axis. Now, the bars connecting the little black dots to the red or blue circles essentially are showing how have the sound levels changed today compared to 2017. And I'll highlight that 10 of the 13 spots that MDOT measured are much noisier today. In fact, 3 of the spots are more than 200% louder today than they were in 2017, which again brings into question MDOT's fundamental assumptions about whether and how this area should be redeveloped, and done so in an environmentally responsible way. So just to summarize here, in terms of urban health significance, we are going to be able to essentially provide an independent assessment of MDOT's own work. We're also going to get a better understanding of the risks to the nearby community from the new development. There's pretty well understood relationships between noise and hearing loss and cardiovascular disease. So if we know what the levels are, we can actually predict what the impacts will be on the community. And this is providing great opportunities to establish connections with the impacted folks in the community, which of course is critical for any type of community research. And then moving forward, we're actually already planning a much larger grant proposal here to start to look at the impacts of noise and air pollution as well when we look before the project at our baseline, ideally monitored during the reconstruction, and then see what the final outcome is and how well that matches MDOT's predictions as well as our own. And so we can start to ask this question of, well, does redevelopment, which sounds promising, but does redevelopment of intentionally racist past construction actually provide current modern health benefits to these marginalized communities like the ones that were driven out of Black Bottom and Paradise Valley? So we're hoping again to address and help the community feel more empowered to respond to this environmental injustice that they're still experiencing. So with that, I want to thank my co-authors, Abash Gembi, Lauren Smith, Xin Zhang, and Andrea Kennedy. Thank you to the school, of course, for the funding they're providing. And I'd love to take any questions or comments you might have. Thank you so much.
Microphone. Okay. I did a project on this exact redevelopment in Amy Schultz's environmental health promotion course last year. And one of the things that was interesting about this redevelopment is if you go back to your last slide where they had the green space, it's actually not all the parts that are green on the redevelopment of the highway are not necessarily going to be developed into green space. They're going to be developed as they're just parcels of land that are going to be created by redeveloping it. And I'm wondering, as somebody who's interested in noise and its impacts on the environment, how that's being factored into your research, because green space obviously would have a different impact on noise than if it ends up being buildings or something else, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's undeniable benefits to maintaining and increasing green space in communities. We know there's mental health benefits and perhaps other physical benefits. So the notion of green space resulting from this reconstruction, as you would take away from this, this drawing, essentially from the project development team, is good. Now, whether or not that open space is actually preserved is an entirely different issue. And you might imagine from a noise perspective, if that remains grass, for instance, versus becomes an urban forest, that's going to have different influences on how the noise travels through the environment and how it impacts the surrounding residents. It becomes kind of difficult to tease out, well, what are the impacts of the noise when you consider the fact that, gosh, the noise level's the same, but there's trees now and it's nicer to look at. So some of those things are very much open areas of research. But I will say if our larger study that would look longitudinally at this development is funded, then we could start to ask questions like, well, gosh, this block was developed into a building. What were the impacts on the noise exposure and therefore on the community's health risks? So it's a great point and something we'd absolutely consider.
So we can assume that MDOT just pretty much avoided or had no interest in an actual true evaluation, that there might have been political considerations in their determination years ago. What are the chances now for bringing forth the results of your reevaluation in terms of having an impact with MDOT and the current political situation?
It's a great question. And to be clear, I don't know that MDOT intentionally did let's say a limited review or survey in 2017, but it certainly is scientifically not robust enough for my sort of desires, which is why we're doing this reevaluation. Our idea is if we can get this done by spring, we can share that then with MDOT, we can publish on this, and if we can show, hey, the assessment that was done many years ago now under, let's say, less than ideal scientific rigor conditions, doesn't appear to be valid essentially today, I would hope that that could be used to steer them towards changes. Projects like this, of course, are years in the making and then years in the actual construction. So I think we're not too far along, but yes, our goal is absolutely to engage with MDOT once we have data in hand and to say, either your assessment was valid or it's not, and here's the reasons why, and here's why we recommend something be done about this.
Thank you so much for
Thank you, everyone.
research and also the wonderful questions. All right, so our next speaker is Professor Alison Miller from Health Behavior and Health Education. So Miller and her team has many exciting research projects that are concerned young children who are growing up in the poverty and or those who have experienced early life stress to other social determinants that can negatively impact their health during the childhood and across the lifespan. Professor Miller has worked with the community partners, including pediatricians, community-based organization, Head Start programs, and also the school systems and colleagues across disciplines to translate the research findings into intervention approaches that may ultimately reduce health inequity and foster positive health and well-being for the children and families. So without further ado, the floor is yours.
All right. Thank you. It's really fabulous to be here. And I have to say, after that panel, I'm not sure all of us were here, but I was like, how is this going to connect to young children and families, which is sort of always one of my questions. And it totally did. I was like making all these connections, and I wish the mayor were still here, but I told him I'd reach out. So I'm super excited to talk about this project. We call it a place-based approach to healthy IPSI. And really growing out of connecting clinics to communities to families. So this is how it connects to young children and families. So we know that kids and families living in urban centers that have experienced lots of the stressors we've been talking about this afternoon can face stress. We also know we have lots of research showing that early life stress is actually really harmful, can be to young children. And when I'm talking about young children, I'm talking about 0 to 5-year-olds, so sort of infants to preschoolers, basically. It's associated with poor health and outcomes across the lifespan. What we also know, to put a positive spin, is that early relational health or relationships with parents and supporting caregivers in the environment can really buffer this. But what happens is that often social needs get in the way and sort of social stressors in the environment. And so parents and caregivers are not able to sort of muster those resources to buffer those experiences for their young children. So pediatric medical homes are an approach to kind of engaging families in the communities where they are, and a place-based way to reach families. We've also found that in pediatrics, screening for social needs, I'll talk about a little bit what those are in a minute, the idea behind screening for social needs is to connect families to the resources in their community that can actually help to address some of these social needs. This is not always achieved. So the goal with this project was really to look at social needs screening in the clinic and connection to community resources on behalf of meeting child and family needs. And so I will share what we did, but we talked to clinic, community, and family players in the system. I know this font is small, my apologies, but this is just an example of the Michigan Medicine Social Needs Screener Questionnaire. Those of us who've been to Michigan Medicine possibly have filled this out. So it's things like, in the last 12 months, did you skip medications to save money? Are you worried about food, utilities, social isolation, I think also came up in the panel. We asked about that in the PICQ screener. There are 3 categories there. GAP stands for Guest Assistance Program. That's a social worker that works in Michigan Medicine that basically tries to connect families with social services. MSW is more maybe what we typically think of as social worker, connecting with like mental health needs, and then community, so transportation, these things that don't sort of fall in an easy box, and that's of interest to us because kids and families who are existing in cities that have maybe limited transportation or other things might need to access these resources, but newsflash, they are difficult to access and often not available. So, whoops, whoa, okay, some of my thing went away. Anyway, oh, maybe my font just changed, sorry. There's a font thing going on. So our guiding question really was, how do kind of the clinic space, community providers, and families in the city of Ypsilanti work together to kind of meet these needs? Where are the sort of sticking points, and how do we sort of create these connections to ensure healthy families and ultimately healthy cities? And sort of the converse, healthy cities would be able to support and grow healthy families. Now I'm ready to move on. Okay, so this summer, I was so lucky through the Public Health Ideas funding to have working with 4 fabulous interns. We were there in a green space, another way this connects to the panel. And we conducted, at the beginning of the summer, I will be honest and say, oh my gosh, I don't know how we're gonna get all these interviews done. We had great plans and I'm not sure if it's gonna happen. We ended up talking to 13 people in the clinic, 17 people in community organizations, and 30 parents. And I'm just gonna say, those of you who've done data collection, talking with people and recruiting them over one summer, it was amazing. So shout out to the interns. Some of them are here and all of whom have posters upstairs. So, in terms of methods, we sort of worked with clinic-based staff around, these are sort of who they were. We've talked with pediatric colleagues, family medicine providers, those 2 types of social workers I mentioned, and the administrative staff, so the people at the front desk, basically. Like, how does this work in the clinic? Do people come in and get a questionnaire? Do they fill it out? Do you enter it in a database? So we asked about this process of screening for social needs and connecting families with resources. We also spoke with community organizations, so leads in the community, so around childcare, around housing, sort of broad range of social needs that families may have and may interact with these organizations around. We sort of did snowball recruitment for that, because we'd say at the end of each interview, hey, who in the community would be really good to talk to about how children and families work with pediatric clinics, or how you work with clinics or don't work with them to kind of address the needs of kids and families in this community. About their insights. And then we also talked with parents of children, again, in this 0 to 5 age range, to see like, what's happening in your well child clinic visits? Are you talking about social needs? What else are you talking about? I study relational health. That's very central to a lot of my work. So we also asked about that as a topic, and where parents would maybe want to learn about things in this space. So I will say these are very initial themes, very big picture, and I know it's text heavy. So just bear with me. But overarching theme number 1 that really came across very clearly was this challenge in creating a rigorous and equitable process for social needs screening. And this was within the clinic, things like, well, we don't always have, the wherewithal to enter the data, but we do hand out the questionnaire, just sometimes it doesn't get entered. We don't always have an interpreter on site, so sometimes we can't reach families who need a language that we don't have on site. Lots of different barriers we can imagine. These are commonly kind of written about in the social needs screening literature in pediatrics. Other things that kind of came up that aren't always written about were things like the specific wording of the questionnaire. So the social isolation, for example, people were like, I don't know what you mean. Is it that I have friends or don't have friends? Do I go out of my house or don't go out of my house? What is that item? So there's a lot of sort of interpretation and imperfections within the measure, as well as difficulty connecting families with the different social workers and different options. Speaking of connecting families to resources, this was, of course, another barrier. And this really, I think, connects to the Healthy Cities piece. And so we know that there is limited capacity and overwhelming need, particularly in the areas of housing in Washtenaw County that was mentioned by like every single community-based provider, whether or not they did housing. And a lot of them were like, we're just overwhelmed by the housing needs here. So need for that. Also need for mental health in lots of different ways. We know there are long waiting lists. We also know that the care and interactions the families have with a lot of mental health service providers are not optimal. And so that sort of creates an additional challenge in even accessing services that may be available. I've listed some other things there. I will say also it was very interesting in talking with community organizations about their awareness of when leadership changes happen and families' responses to those leadership changes in different organizations in terms of kind of feeling welcomed, feeling respected, having, stigma around engaging in services. So that was a very interesting theme we're delving into more. And then the other piece that's really important that came out was just the need to build relationships and sort of, I think like, yay, early relational health, but not only among parents and children, or even parents and providers, or even children and providers, but among the organizations that are serving families and children. And that doesn't really come out in a lot of literature, but it's so critically important. And the people who we spoke with in the community organizations who were sort of most engaged were like, I'll just call up my friend at this organization because I know that person and I know they know how to get this family housing, even if my organization doesn't do housing. So that idea of relational health across the systems and across sectors was very important in our interviews. And the idea of a warm handoff to somewhere. These are also just some specific findings that came out from the parent interviews in terms of what they talked about in well child visits. So 0 to 5-year-olds, ERH, early relational health promotion. And so, for example, book reading that was mentioned in the panel, that's an example of early relational health because you're gathering with your child, you're reading a book, you're sharing this time, hopefully before bedtime. And doing some reading. But most families also did not report discussing social needs with their providers. So there's sort of a gap there. The other thing that also came up in the panel was families had interest in finding out about these resources in other settings. And so they mentioned, for example, libraries. Great setting to meet, to reach young children and young families. The other thing that came up were around resource finding challenges. So this was true for providers. Providers are like, I could screen a family for social needs, but then I don't know where to send them for resources. So findhelp.org is this web-based tool that Michigan Medicine and Trinity Health have are sort of collaborating with and putting into the medical record. So a lot of organizations didn't know about that. Some providers knew about it. We found out about it across the course of the summer in talking with Michigan Medicine social needs screening leads. And so this might be a way to sort of connect families, providers, and community orgs with resources in the community because you enter your zip code, you say, I need diapers, and it pops up a place where you could get diapers. Of course, the challenge there is implementation, so we're talking about that. And there's a tiny font thing. Oh, wow, it's really tiny. It's that social workers are all still mostly working remotely, and everybody would like them to be in person, except perhaps for the social workers. So that is a big struggle because everybody said, we need a warm handoff with somebody who knows me, and I'm not going to answer the phone. If I get a cold call from Michigan Medicine as a parent, are they going to, take my kid away? So it's much better to have people in person, but they're not yet back in person. And so next steps for this research, again, like I said, this is like first pass, early stages. But we've been working in the context of this whole project with YHC's Ypsilanti Health Center, and they're undergoing a redesign and moving actually to a bus line, which has been a big issue because they have not been historically on a bus line. So I loved the focus on care communities and the mobility of young families. Like they have strollers, they have little kids, they don't walk far. It's really helpful to be on a bus line. And so we're sharing results with the staff around that redesign, the pediatric clinicians who are involved with this project, and also the bigger sort of Michigan medicine level social needs screening teams, because they've been rolling out the social needs screener and across a lot of different clinics and are very interested in sort of like, how's it working? Where are the barriers? We're like, we can tell you. So around the redesign, we're giving recommendations, and we're also offering support to community organizations to sort of register and engage with Find Help, this web-based resources, if that's desired. And so some of the posters upstairs are about that. Oh, and actually at the bottom of my thing, it's supposed to say see posters. So there's like 4 awesome posters that are in the poster session that have more details, and we'll complete manuscripts, et cetera. And my really tiny font, so sad, says thank you to everyone. So the particular pediatricians in the YHC setting are Jenny Radesky, who's a developmental behavioral pediatrician, Lauren O'Connell, who's a developmental behavioral pediatrician and had worked with Dr. Mona in Flint around the water crisis. And then Layla Mohammed, who is the medical director at IPSI Health Center for Pediatrics. All of the interns who are Sydney Strunk and Wadad Itani and Annie Clark and Zue Adams. And for Public Health Ideas, and my SPH collaborators who are in environmental health, Olivia Halibicki, Sarah Stein in HBHE, and then Rebecca Sokol, who is in social work. And I think that's everybody, but I really can't read any of that. So if you can, that's great. And that's it. I don't know if I have time for questions. I have 1 minute. But
All right, so our next speaker is Dr. Jiyoung Song from Biostatistics. Dr. Song's research interests include Bayesian approach and survival analysis, spatial analysis, statistical learning methods. Dr. Song is particularly interested in developing the new statistical methods for cancer genetics, radiomics, and opiate overuse. And recently, she just started a few new projects on the firearm injury prevention for the urban areas, and also studying the impact of greening projects on the crime reduction. So Dr. Song, welcome.
All right, thank you so much for the kind introduction. And I'm so excited to present my first grant from the public health as a young postdoc researcher. So today I would like to talk about developing a spatial temporal model to assess the impact of the greening projects on crime reduction. So gun crime definitely is still the significant public hazard in urban center, especially in Indianapolis in Indiana. So if you see the picture on the left-hand side, and if the is a kind of like the crime change from 2008 to 2020. And if the block is color red, and if the color is even darker, that implies that the crimes actually increase within these blocks. But as you can see, most of the maps are actually coloring red. So this kind of implies that the city is still battling for this violent crime. So to tackle this problem, we started to look on the project called the Greening Initiative to revitalize the vacant lot in this area. So especially in Indianapolis, there is a community partner called Keep Indianapolis Beautiful, KIB. So they are a nonprofit organization who's been continuing this greening project in this area from 2008. So from the picture, like they kind of plant the trees or flowers and make the new garden in this area to make this community beautiful. And they actually been choosing 2 to 3 sites every year for this project. But of course, like in this project, it's important to identify the relationship between the crime incidence reduction and the greening initiative. but this research might not be inconsistent due to some confounding factors. These confounding factors could be race or like poverty level, etc. So if I give you the example, so if there is a big racial disparity between the green spaces size versus control sites, then like those like the crime rate variation may not be caused by this greening project. It could be done by this racial disparity. So it's very important and significant to address this confounding factor in this project. So this confounding factor questions brought me to 3 research questions for this project. First of all is how to address these confounding factors. And secondly, of course, it is regardless to say that the importance of to verify the influence of the vacant lot reuse projects on this crime rate reduction. But in this project, we will mainly focus on the violent crime rate or firearm involved crime rate. So lastly, we can also can check the socioeconomic status on this violent crime rate, which I call it in the social vulnerability in this project. So with these 3 ideas, I like to talk about how to see this greening project impact on this crime rate. So this is my analysis plan. Sorry, I'm a more statistician, so the way I solve these questions are more statistical method based. So when we check for the first questions, how to address these confounding factors, I like to use these 2 approaches. First with propensity score matching, and the second is instrumental variable analysis. So basically, the point of these 2 approaches is to make the fair comparison between the green spaces and the control sites, so that we can really see the true impact of the green project on this crime reduction. And for the second one, to investigate the green project for this crime reduction, I would like to use the approach for the spatial temporal model, because all the sites are located in a different place, and then there are crime rates are changed over the time. So it's very important to address this location variance and the time variance. So that's why I choose this spatial temporal model. Plus, even though we consider this confounding factor for the first research questions, still the data set might have the selection bias, because what happened was that the site is not chosen at random, because our sites are chosen based on the application. We chose the best one within our application, so it's not random, so meaning that there still have some selection bias. So the method that I choose here, they have some robust way to address this selection bias. So that's why I like to use it in this project. And for the last one, for the socioeconomic variable, I like to use them from the US Census website. This variable could be the percentage of the non-white population, or percentage of a low poverty level household. So in this presentation, I'd like to give you some insight of the data set that I have. So still this result is based on the initial data set, which is updated up to 2021. So for this, to address this confounding factor, here I already formed 34 pairs from the greening spaces and the control sites. So in this stage, we didn't use propensity scores or IV analysis. We just paired them based on the racial decomposition of each sites, so that this pair has a similar races. And this will already kind of helps to address this confounding factor to make them as a balance. And for this analysis, I use the outcome, which is the crime instance or the crime rate from each site. This is counted monthly level from each site within the half a mile from each site. And we kind of measure them 2 years before or 2 years after this greening project begins from each site. And for the covariates, still they're all from the social vulnerability, which is from the US Census. So this plot shows the patterns of the average crime rate across the sites. So the first plot is the total violent crime rate. Sorry, the font was a little bit small now. I don't know why, but for the right one is for the firearm related the crime rate only. So if you see the x-axis, the middle part, which I indicate as a 0, is the point where the green projects begins. And from the left side, -1 and -2 means that 1 year or 2 years before the project begins. The right side of the 0, that implies the time point where the 1 year or 2 years after the project begins. So from the center, and the y-axis is the crime rate, and we have 2 lines. The red one is the crime rate plot for the control sites, and the green one is from the green spaces sites. So as you can see, after the green project begins, they all have kind of like the reducing patterns, but if you see the red one, it kind of jump up. But for the green line, the crime rates keep reducing. So with this crime rate plots, it already kind of shows some idea that this green project is working in Indianapolis. And if you see further for the firearm crime rate only on the right-hand sides, after the project begins, they all kind of decrease. But if you see the decreasing rate for the control sites, the rate is kind of slowed down. This decreasing is slowing down compared to the green space. However, the green space, the crime rate keep continuing to decrease and with a constant pace compared to the control sites. So we kind of had some idea that these green space projects are working in this area. As a furthermore, we also can draw some variable causal relationship between this all the covariates and the outcome variable. So I'm sorry, the one on the top here, the one on the top is for the green space variable, and the circle on the bottom here, this one is for the outcome variable, which is our crime rate. So from the green space variable to the outcome variable, there is no direct line, meaning that they don't have a direct causal relationship between these two variables. But between these two variables, there's a lot of variables, which is from the socioeconomic variables, and they all have the line toward to this crime rate. This kind of gives some idea that these variables has some connectivity or relationship, but through other variable. This plot shows some idea that that's why we need to bring this socioeconomic variable in this study to address these types of indirect paths from the green spaces to the crime rate. So from this relationship from the green spaces to the crime rate and also all the relationship within the socioeconomic variables, here is my next plan to where to go. First of all, this initial analysis is based on some initial cohort. We're ready to update our data set, which is up to 2023, so that we will create the new pairs of the control and the green spaces sides. Of course, I will apply the propensity scores or IB analysis this time. And secondly, I would like to apply the spatial temporal models. But I already gave you the two ideas. I like to actually apply them all into this analysis and compare which one is more easy to be applied for the public health study, and if one is more efficient, then I'm willing to apply and promote more through the GitHub and through my own website. And lastly, I also like to include more covariates Here, the initial analysis only based on the socioeconomic variables, but the team is working very hard to collect more variables related to the community engagement. So hopefully, we're ready to we complete this collection as soon as possible so that I can implement them onto the for this project. So that's all for my presentation, and thank you so much. And if you have any questions, feel free to let me know. Yeah.
So due to the time interest, and then we will move on to the next talk, okay? So last but not the least, we'll have Professor Paul Fleming from Health Behavior and Health Education. So his research focuses on the root causes for racial health inequity and the strategies to address them. And today he's going to talk about improving the urban health with unarmed non-police response programs. And welcome.
All right, well, thank you. I get to be, I think, the last presenter of the day. So first off, just want to thank the school for the funds that supported this project and also for putting on the event today. It's been a really rich discussion, and I'm excited to be a part of it. So what I am presenting on is our Care in Cities project. And I want to make sure I acknowledge some key team members that were crucial to this project. So Wolfgang Barr, who's an MPH MSW dual degree student, Hannah Mesa, who's a project manager, and Alex Parks, who's a recent alumni. We worked together on kind of the presentation that I'll be sharing with you. So this project focuses on police violence as a public health issue. So over the last decade or so, there's been increasing recognition that police violence is in fact a public health issue. As some kind of research that's been done or documentation of this, of course, I do want to acknowledge that residents of cities have been saying this for years and decades, and it's only recently that researchers and other folks in the broader society have recognized it and thought of it more as a public health issue. But researchers have documented that each year there's about over 50,000 youth that are injured and sent to the emergency department as a cause of injuries as the result of police contact. And that's every year there's over 1,000 folks who are killed by police in the United States. And that number has been consistent and actually increasing in the most recent years. Police violence disproportionately affects folks who are most marginalized in U.S. society. So it in particular affects Black individuals who are at 5 times more likely to be injured. And some work by Michael Esposito and colleagues who here at the University of Michigan documented that police being killed by police is actually the 6th leading cause of death for young Black men in this country, which is really staggering and tragic. Other minoritized and marginalized folks are disproportionately impacted by police, so that's including folks who identify as Latino, Native American, who work as sex workers, who have mental health issues. All of those folks have been documented to be more likely to be impacted by police violence. So given all of that, policing is a public health issue. The American Public Health Association has declared police violence a public health issue. It's a cause of racial health inequities. So when we talk about racial health inequities, we need to be talking about how policing happens in our cities and in our communities. And the American Public Health Association has recognized that it is in need of public health solutions. So a lot of the conversation within public health so far has been showing the harms, documenting some of the statistics that I just shared. But where public health has done less on is what do we do about it? What are the interventions? There are many folks who are working on this, but one example is thinking about alternative responses to policing. So what can cities or municipalities put in place as an alternative resource in their communities, alternative to policing? And this is really important for a variety of reasons. One is that alternatives to policing may be seen as more trustworthy, right? So it's very well documented that there's certain folks within a city or a community who are unwilling to call 911 because they fear what might happen when police show up to their communities. Folks who are undocumented, folks who are disproportionately impacted by police violence, communities where a number of the folks are incarcerated or part of the criminal legal system, right? Those are places where they might be hesitant to call 911 because it can be a pathway to these harms. So alternatives to policing, such as unarmed non-police response programs, are increasingly recognized as a potential strategy to both reduce police violence, but also to increase residents' access to life-saving resources. There's some research that shows that somewhere between 33% and 68% of 911 calls could be redirected to alternative response. Many folks, including myself, might argue that it's even a higher percentage than that, but at kind of a baseline, there's some easy ways that instead of sending out armed police officers to respond to these, it would be much more effective and much more in line with public health evidence to be sending out people with different types of training like social work, training in de-escalation, other things like that. Growing evidence, while it is still limited because there isn't a lot of history of these types of programs, but growing evidence is showing that it is both cost efficient and effective at reducing police violence and better connecting residents with resources. So these unarmed non-police response programs really represent a promising public health response to both the issue of police violence, but also the issue of marginalized residents being disconnected to resources when they are in crisis or have emergencies. So the project that the Ideas Initiative funded for us is really trying to answer two key questions, which is, what are the key pathways for the relationship between an unarmed non-police response program and public health and reduced health inequities? So basically, how do we think about this connection between the two? How does funding for an unarmed non-police response program actually lead to better health outcomes in that community? And then the second one is, how can we evaluate these programs for improved health and reduced health inequities? In a lot of cases in cities that are considering these types of programs, and Ann Arbor is one of them, there are a few other places in Michigan, but there's also places across the country that are experimenting with them. In a lot of these cases, people are talking about them strictly as either a crime reduction tactic, or they're thinking of them as a way to address other issues. They're not always thinking about it as this can actually improve community health. It can improve health outcomes. It can reduce health inequities. And so that's what we're trying to bring with this project, is a public health lens to this conversation. And so ultimately, these research questions are going to help public health have a foundation for how do we do research on these types of programs. So what are the pathways that it can improve health, and how do we actually evaluate these programs with a health lens? So to do this project, we started off by doing qualitative interviews with folks who work within these types of programs. So as I mentioned, there are different municipalities that are experimenting with this across the country. Most notably, there's a program in Denver. There's one that's recently started in Atlanta, in Durham, North Carolina. There's one actually operated out of the health department in San Francisco. The longest standing one is out of Eugene, Oregon. A lot of folks have heard of it. It's called Cahoots, and some of the newer programs are starting to try to model themselves after that response program. So we started with key informant interviews with folks who work within those types of programs across the country to really ask them questions about, how do you see your work having an impact on health? Again, these folks don't always identify within the field of public health. They don't think of themselves as necessarily working on issues of health equity, but we got to ask them, how do they see it having impact on health? We did a thematic analysis on those interviews and used that to really develop a logic model. The reason that we wanted to create a logic model and for those of you who don't work within logic models really lay out what are the investments that can lead to certain actions that are going to lead to certain outcomes. So what we really wanted to do was, what is the logic model for cities investing in these programs? What are the resources that a city needs to put forth? What does the program need to look like? And then what is that going to lead to short-term, medium-term, and long-term outcomes in health specifically? So we developed this logic model to show how unarmed non-police response programs can lead to long-term better health outcomes. And from there, we're actually later this week, we've assembled a panel of experts that includes both academic experts, but also folks who either lead or participate in these types of non-response programs to really sit down together. It's essentially a focus group / expert panel to sit with our logic model and try to tease through it, see where can we add, what can we change, how can we make sure that this logic model best represents how these programs can contribute to improved health outcomes. The other piece of it is measurement, right? So when cities are thinking about how to evaluate the impact of these programs, how do they think about it with that public health lens? So we're also going to be asking this panel of experts, how would you measure this, right? Because the outcomes that I'm thinking about as a public health person, somebody who's thinking about health inequities, the outcomes I'm thinking about are access to life-saving resources, health outcomes. I expect to see these programs having an impact on chronic disease management, issues of suicide, mental health. I expect all of those outcomes, but folks who are working in this or cities who are investing in are not always thinking about those types of health outcomes. So how do we evaluate these programs and make sure that health evaluation or its impact on health is integrated into the rollout of these programs across the country? And ultimately, we hope this all kind of leads to a more systematic approach that we can put out into both the public health world, but also disseminate to policymakers for how these types of programs are going to improve public health within their community, reduce health inequities, and better enable their residents to thrive. So I just want to share, we've done the part where we've interviewed folks who work at these communities, and some of the quotes, that are from some of these responders, and I think that's been really powerful to actually talk to the folks that are part of these teams that are doing response, right? So as one person who works at the Atlanta program said, I feel like their overall health and outcomes are better when we respond because we understand the community that we work with. We're a very diverse team and stuff like that. So I really feel like we make a huge impact on people's well-being when it comes to addressing the whole spectrum of health and well-being. And I think that's a key difference between this type of response and what most police departments in the United States, how they are responding, right? Police departments, the way they are set up, the way that cities have been asking them to set themselves up is that they are a pathway to the court system, to probation, to prisons, right? Whereas these types of response programs are a pathway to public health resources, social services, thinking about how to heal from some of the harms that have happened. And so they're fundamentally different, and you can see the way that a lot of these programs have been set up have been intentionally focused on building that community trust that so often is highly broken down between police and communities, right? So it's fundamentally built on this trust and also having a team that reflects the community it's serving. And as one of the responders from the Durham Heart Program said, we literally and figuratively save lives in a community. And so they're out there, delivering Narcan to save in the cases of overdoses, but also connecting folks to life-saving resources. And so, this question about how does it impact health, I think this Durham Heart responder really hits on the head is they're literally out there saving lives is one key aspect. But then we also know from a public health lens that there's going to be all these other spillover effects that are going to have a positive impact on a community. So I'm really excited about these programs for their ability to really rethink how we think about public safety within communities and better provide folks with resources needed to thrive. So that is all, but again, just want to thank all the folks who helped fund this, and that's all I have for today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, so I would like to thank all our speakers for sharing all these exciting and impactful researches. And let's give another big round of applause for all of them. So with that, I'm going to welcome our Dean Bowman back on stage for some concluding remarks.
So I'm really pleased with how today's events have turned out. I think many just fascinating conversations. I want to thank our keynote speaker, Dr. Isabelle Anguelovski. We had a wonderful exchange on the panel, people with very different perspectives, contributing to important work, but from different areas of expertise, all important pieces to moving us forward. And then lastly, our lightning talks work seated here within Public Health Ideas that I'm really excited about, really excited to see a lot of that work contribute as it matures and moves forward. So I want to make a couple of announcements. First, this is, again, the inaugural event of this exchange series. We are already beginning to plan the next one. If we can move to the next slide. So during the winter semester, the second exchange event will feature Brandon Wolf on February 13th. And the focus of that will be on firearm injury prevention. Again, also one of our public health ideas efforts, and a lot of exciting work taking place here at the university. The Institute for Firearm Injury Prevention, co-led by our own Marc Zimmerman, is leading a lot of that work. So really looking forward to fantastic conversation with Brandon Wolf joining us. And then lastly, this concludes this portion of the event, but the event continues. We will be outside. Just outside the doors, upstairs in the lobby, we have some light refreshments and then a showcase. There was a mention of posters, so some of our students are involved in a lot of the work that was showcased today, and we'll have other work there, students from public health and outside of the school. So please do join us upstairs for a continuation of the conversations here and to be able to talk to many of the speakers. So with that, we'll conclude. Thank you very much.